Underground, in the dark beneath the Egyptian desert, there's a gap between a granite lid and the box it seals so fine that a sheet of paper will not slide into it. The box weighs 70 tons. The lid alone weighs 30. It was cut from a single block of stone harder than the iron tools we credit to the people who shaped it, and finished to a flatness we struggle to match even now. No one here is going to tell you spacemen did this. The truth is stranger, because human hands did it, and the tools we have handed those hands cannot account for what they left behind. Tonight, we go down into 10 places where ancient people chose darkness, chose depth, and built far past anything survival ever asked of them. Chapter 1. The boxes we cannot copy. The galleries lie beneath the sand at Saqqara, near the step pyramid of Djoser, and a French excavator named Auguste Mariette followed a line of buried sphinxes down into them in the year 1850. What he found were 24 stone chests set in side chambers along a passage cut through the bedrock. The mainstream account is calm and reasonable, and we should give it its due. These were coffins for the Apis bulls, sacred animals of the god Ptah, carved with copper chisels and bronze saws, and wet sand as an abrasive over long months of patient labor by masons who were genuinely among the finest the world has known. Then you look closer. In the year 1995, an aerospace engineer named Christopher Dunn pressed a precision straight edge against the inner walls of 2 of the boxes and reported them flat to within 2/10,000ths of an inch, the tolerance of a modern machine shop surface plate. And when he returned with a precision square, he found the corners truer still. No one has reproduced that in granite using copper. And there is a quiet problem the textbook carries with it. A few of the boxes held bull remains from the 6th century BC, but that only dates the last time they were used, not the day they were cut. A later burial dates the ceiling of an object's age, never its floor. And the stone itself keeps its own counsel. Add the weight. Blocks of Aswan granite carried more than 800 kilometers down the river and lowered into corridors barely wider than the boxes themselves, and the work runs far beyond anything a bull ever needed. If raw precision is the impossibility here, the next place is its mirror, not what was made, but what was taken away, and where a small mountain of stone quietly went. Chapter 2, Where the Mountain Went. In the year 1992, in Zhejiang province in eastern China, villagers set about draining a pond that local memory called bottomless. They pumped for days, the water fell, and when it finally emptied, there was no muddy floor waiting at the bottom. There was a staircase cut into the rock, descending into a chamber wider than most houses along. They had found the first of 24 great halls carved by hand out of solid siltstone, each one reaching as deep as a building of 10 stories. Their walls ribbed with even, parallel chisel marks, their ceilings held up by pillars set with real structural sense. Now do the arithmetic the chambers force upon you. To hollow them all out, something close to 1 million cubic meters of rock had to be cut free and carried off. Stone does not vanish. Every cubic meter that came out of those halls must exist somewhere on the surface still, as a spoil heap, a quarry scar, a leveled hill, and none of it has ever been found. There are no waste fields, no abandoned tools, no broken hammers, no pottery, nothing at all of the people who spent years in the dark doing this work. They left graceful carvings of fish and birds and horses on the walls, and not one line of writing to say who they were or why they came. 24 engineered chambers that have stood for more than 2,000 years, and no record anywhere that a single soul ever built them. Longyou hid where its builders went. The next place was built to hide the builders themselves, behind doors that lock from one side only. Chapter 3, The Doors That Lock from Within. In the year 1963, a man in the Cappadocia region of Turkey knocked through a wall in his cellar and felt cold air move across his face. Behind the wall was a tunnel, and the tunnel went down. It opened into room after room, level beneath level, until it was plain that this was no cellar at all, but a city sunk into the earth, 18 stories of it, dropping some 85 meters below the fields above. It could hold perhaps 20,000 people along with their animals and their stores, ventilated by more than 50 shafts that still draw fresh air down to the lowest floors today. And set into the passages between the levels are the doors. Great circular slabs of stone, each as heavy as a small car, rolled across the corridor along a carved track. Here is the detail that changes the whole meaning of the place. They were made to seal from one side only. You can close them from within, and no one standing outside can move them again. This is not the architecture of a cellar, nor of a quarry. It is the architecture of fear, raised at the scale of a town, by people expecting something they needed to shut out completely. And Derinkuyu does not stand alone. It is one of dozens of such complexes honeycombed beneath the same region, and as recently as the year 2014, surveyors beneath the nearby city of Nevşehir began tracing another that may run deeper still. After all this time, we still cannot say what an entire population kept going underground to escape. Derinkuyu was built to hide the living. The next chamber was built to reach into the mind of whoever stood inside it. Chapter 4. The room tuned to the brain. On the island of Malta, beneath an ordinary street, lies a temple cut down into the living rock more than 5,000 years ago. 3 levels of corbel chambers, where the bones of some 7,000 people were laid to rest. It is called the Hypogeum of Hal Saflieni, and it was found by chance in the year 1902 when workmen broke through its roof. What sets it apart from every other underground temple is not its carving, it is its sound. There is a small chamber on the middle level, the oracle room, that resonates in a narrow band around 110 cycles a second. When a low male voice speaks or sings at that pitch, the limestone takes the sound and gives it back, and you do not so much hear it as feel it move through your chest and the bones of your skull. And here the story turns from archaeology toward the brain. Researchers working entirely apart from Malta have placed people inside scanners and played them that same frequency and watched the language centers of the prefrontal cortex fall quiet while activity shifted toward the emotional, intuitive side of the mind. The mainstream reading is that the room was made to bring on a state of religious trance, and that is fair and very likely true, but the precision is the unsettling part. The dimensions, the shape, the stone itself, all of it works together to land on that one effect, and that looks less like a lucky echo and more like people who understood exactly what they were tuning the room to do. Malta tuned a chamber to 110. The strange part is that 1,000 miles away, in a tomb built to catch the sun, someone tuned a chamber to the very same note. Chapter 5, the same note 1,000 miles away. In the green country of the Boyne Valley in Ireland stands a great round mound of stone and turf raised more than 5,000 years ago, 5 centuries before the first pyramid rose at Giza. This is Newgrange, and the people who built it had no metal, no writing, and no wheel. For most of the year, its inner chamber sits in total darkness at the end of a long stone passage. But for a handful of mornings around the midwinter solstice, if the sky is clear, a blade of the rising sun enters through a small opening set above the doorway, runs the whole length of the passage, and fills the chamber with gold for about a quarter of an hour. An archaeologist named Michael O. Kelly was the first modern person to stand inside and watch it happen on the 21st of December in the year 1967, and afterward he wrote only that he was entirely unprepared for it. To place that opening so the sun finds the chamber once a year, the builders had to hold an alignment accurate to within a single degree across a structure of 200,000 tons raised across generations. A solstice alignment is not something we read into the stones after the fact. It carries its own date, because the sun rises where the sun rises, and we can test the aim against the sky and know whether it was meant. And there is one more thing. That chamber, like the oracle room in Malta, rings at around 110 cycles a second. 2 peoples who never met, on opposite edges of a continent, who shaped the dark to hold the same exact frequency. Newgrange aimed at the sky. The next place aimed at 3 gods at once, from religions that should never have shared a single wall. Chapter 6, 3 gods on one wall. In the year 1900, in the city of Alexandria in Egypt, A donkey is said to have broken through the ground and fallen into a shaft that no one knew was there. At the bottom lay the largest Roman burial complex in the country. 3 levels cut into the limestone, reached by a spiral stair wide enough to carry a body down without ever scraping the walls. It is called Kom el Shukafa, and its strangeness is not in the engineering, but in the beliefs carved across its walls. At the entrance to the inner tomb stands Anubis, the jackal-headed god who guided the Egyptian dead and weighed their hearts. But this Anubis wears the armor of a Roman soldier, a breastplate and a short sword, and behind him coils the serpent tail of a Greek protective spirit. Anubis was never a warrior. He carried no weapon in 3,000 years of Egyptian religion. Here he does. Around him, the carving technique is Roman, the figures are Egyptian, and the poses are lifted from Greek sculpture. 3 traditions that grew up apart over many centuries, welded together into a single guardian of the dead. The calm explanation is that a wealthy family of mixed Greek and Roman and Egyptian world simply blended the faiths they lived among. And perhaps that is so. But these were not idle decorations. They were the machinery a family trusted to carry it safely through death, assembled out of 3 systems that each held the other 2 to be mistaken. Alexandria blurred its gods together. The next place is where belief turned to blood, and the victim still shines under the light. Chapter 7, The One Who Still Shines. Deep in the jungle of Belize, an underground river runs out from the foot of a mountain. And to enter the cave, the Maya treated as a doorway to the underworld, you must wade up into the dark against the current. Inside, the floor is scattered with pots and blades left where they were set down more than 1,000 years ago, and then, further in, with people, 14 of them, left where they fell. The most famous lies on her back near a stone altar, a young person of perhaps 17, long known as the Crystal Maiden, though whether the bones are those of a girl or a boy is now argued over. Across the centuries, water has dripped a skin of glittering calcite over the whole skeleton, so that under a lamp the body sparkles as though dressed in frost. The skull carries the mark of a single heavy blow. Several of the others are small children. The Maya held that caves were thresholds, where an offering passed straight to the gods, and through the long drought at the end of the Classic Age, as the cities starved and emptied, the offerings grew more desperate and more precious. The bodies were arranged, set near altars, and in alcoves, placed to be found by whoever came after. And the calcite is still growing, grain upon grain, so that the sacrifice is not finished and frozen in the past. The cave is still, very slowly, taking them in. Belize left its dead where they lay. The next people gathered their dead up again and again for centuries and laid eagles down beside them. Chapter 8, The Dead and the Eagles. On a windswept headland in the Orkney Islands north of Scotland, a farmer named Ronald Simison struck stone with his spade in the year 1958, and rather than call in the authorities, he quietly dug and uncovered a chambered tomb more than 5,000 years old. Inside lay the jumbled bones of at least 342 people, not buried whole, but sorted, the skulls in one place and the long bones in another, handled and rearranged across many lifetimes of use. And mixed all through them were the bones of white-tailed sea eagles, the great fishing birds of those coasts. Hundreds of bones from more than a dozen birds, with no cut marks at all to suggest they had ever been food. Now, here is where honesty serves us better than a tidy story. The old telling held that humans and eagles were laid down together across the whole long life of the tomb. Newer radiocarbon dates have corrected that. The eagles were placed there centuries after the tomb was first built, late in its history rather than at its start. So set aside the version that does not hold, and keep the part that does, because it is strange enough on its own. A community returned to this dark room over and over for generations, tended and sorted the bones of its ancestors, and at some point chose to carry in the bodies of the great predators of their skies to lie among the human dead. We can name the practice. We cannot read the reason. Orkney tended its dead for centuries. The next people did something to 2 skulls that has no match anywhere else on Earth. Chapter 9, A Skull Within a Skull. By the shore of a small lake in what is now Sweden, around 8,000 years ago, a community carried its dead down to the water and did something with their skulls that we have found nowhere else in the world. The lake long ago silted over, and only when archaeologists cleared the old bed did they come upon them, the skulls of around 10 people, adults and at least one small child, set deliberately on a packed bed of stones beneath the water. 2 of them still held the sharpened wooden stake that had been driven up through the base of the skull, the wood preserved for 80 centuries in the airless mud. The bone carried careful cut marks where the flesh had been removed, and old healed wounds that fell into different patterns for the men and for the women. And one skull had been packed with evident care with the broken fragments of a second-person skull pushed inside it. Someone took pieces of one head and set them within another, and sank the 2 together beneath the water, alongside the bones of elk and wild boar. This is not a general belief about skulls that we can match to some other culture. It is a single, exact act, carried out for a reason that mattered enough to be done precisely, and we have no way left to ask what that reason was. The bone and the mud kept the deed safe for 8,000 years. The meaning did not survive with it. Matala sank its mystery in still water. The last place buried 500,000 people, and even now the only honest question is how anyone ever kept their bearings down there. Chapter 10, 20 kilometers of the dead. Beneath a busy road on the edge of Rome run the catacombs of San Callisto, the largest and most important of the early Christian burial grounds of the city. They stretch for around 20 kilometers across 4 descending levels, cut some 20 meters down into the soft volcanic rock, and they hold the remains of close to 500,000 people, among them 16 of the early popes. The walls of every narrow gallery are lined with burial niches, stacked 5 and 6 high, sealed once with marble and tile, the painted names of the dead now mostly worn to nothing. The plain explanation is sound, and we should grant it freely. Roman law forbade burial inside the city, so the Christian community cut its cemeteries beyond the walls and cut downward because land was scarce and the rock was soft and easy to work. That is true. And still the sheer scale asks a quieter question of us. 20 kilometers of near identical corridors, 4 levels deep, far more than any tidy cemetery ever truly needed. Today, visitors are kept to about a single kilometer of it because the rest is simply too easy to be lost in a labyrinth where every turning looks like the last and the only company is the dead. People dug down here, as they dug down in every place on this list, far past whatever the task in front of them actually asked. 10 places, and 10 times the same instinct. Down, deeper, more careful, more deliberate than mere survival ever required. A box no one has managed to cut again. A small mountain of stone with nowhere left to be. 2 chambers 1,000 miles apart, shaped to ring on the very same note. Doors that lock only from the inside. We have set aside the campfire stories and kept only what the measurements and the dates will carry. And what is left does not flatten into a tidy answer. It stands there still, in the dark, waiting. So here's the question we leave with you. Out of all 10, which one do you think we have most badly misjudged? Not the answer printed in the textbook, yours. Tell us in the comments, and do not be shy with the bold ideas, because the careful, strange, well-argued ones are the whole reason this channel exists. Subscribe and ring the bell if you want to keep going down with us, because the next descent is already waiting in the dark. Which chamber would you walk into first? There is a hole of stone at Abydos that does not belong to the men who are said to have built it. Its pillars are cut from rose granite, each one as wide as a man is tall, and far taller still, weighing as much as 100 tons, hauled somehow from a quarry 200 miles to the south. It sits lower than everything around it, half drowned, standing in dark water that has never once let it go. And the strangest thing, the thing that should stop you where you stand, is that the style of it matches almost nothing else from the age it is credited to. Tonight, we go down into the Osirion, the monument mainstream history still cannot place. Chapter 1, The Date that does not fit. When the desert sand was first cleared from this place, the men who cleared it could not agree on what they had found. That disagreement has never truly gone away, and it is where our story has to begin. The first to reach it in modern times was the Swiss archaeologist Édouard Neuville, who worked the ground here in the years before the First World War. Neuville looked at those plain and colossal blocks and felt certain he was standing in something very old, something that belonged not to the great age of temples, but to a far earlier Egypt. He said as much in print. He even reached for a comparison, and the comparison he reached for was a building far to the north at Giza, a building we will come back to before the night is done. Then, a decade later, came the man whose verdict the textbooks still follow. Henri Frankfurt excavated the structure in full, and Frankfurt gave it an owner. He gave it to Seti I, a pharaoh of the 19th dynasty, a king who ruled more than 3,000 years ago. And the question worth asking, the question almost no one stops to ask, is how he knew. He knew because of a name. Cut into a granite cramp wedged between two of the great blocks and worked into the decoration of a small chamber off to one side, Frankfurt found the cartouche of Seti I. A king's name in a king's own monument. To most people, that settles it. But here is the thing with carrying with you for the rest of this video, because it is true and it is simple and almost everyone forgets it. A name carved into a stone tells you when the name was carved. It does not tell you when the stone was cut or shaped or first set into place. Egypt is full of stone that was claimed, reused, and reinscribed by kings who came long after the work was done. A pharaoh putting his name on a wall is not the same as a pharaoh raising the wall. So when the only firm thread tying this drowned megalith to Seti is a name added to it, and when the very excavators who found it could not square its style with his age, the honest position is not certainty. The honest position is a question, and it was already an old question 2,000 years ago. The Greek geographer Strabo described a structure here at Abydos, a deep place reached through water, roofed with enormous single blocks of stone. He was writing of something that was ancient even to him. Whoever cut these pillars, they had been silent in the ground for a very long time before anyone thought to wonder who they were. So if a name on the wall cannot tell us who built it, then perhaps the stone itself can. Let us ask what it would take to make it. Chapter 2. The tools that were never found. Picture the task plainly. Hand a person a saw of soft copper and a heap of sand, and ask them to shape blocks of granite weighing as much as 100 tons, and to fit them together so closely that you cannot slide a blade between them. That is the problem the Osirion sets us, and it is worth being fair to the people who have tried to solve it. Because mainstream archaeology has tried, and it has tried honestly, on camera. More than 30 years ago, a film crew brought the Egyptologist Mark Lehner and the stonemason Roger Hopkins together to test the orthodox answer. The method they tested was the one the textbooks still give. You take a blade of copper, which on its own is far too soft to bite granite, and you feed wet sand beneath it, and it is the hard grains of sand, dragged back and forth, that do the cutting. And it works. We should say that clearly, because it is true. Copper and sand will, in time, wear a groove into granite. But watch what time means here. In the demonstration, an hour of sawing brought them only a few millimeters of depth, a few millimeters in a block that stands 12 feet tall. And that is one straight cut in one block under no pressure with a modern man who already knew the answer he was hoping to find. Now multiply it across a hall of these giants, every face flat, every joint true, and the arithmetic begins to groan. There is harder evidence still, and it does not come from a theory, but from an object you can hold. The great surveyor Flinders Petrie recovered cores of granite left behind by ancient drilling, and on one of them, the one catalogued as core number 7, there runs a spiral groove. That groove records how fast the drill bit sank with each turn, and the rate it records is faster than careful modern attempts with copper and sand have been able to match. The object is real. It sits in a museum in London, and the debate over how it was made has never been closed. Now, let us set one thing aside, plainly and without apology. because this is where these stories so often go wrong. We do not need to reach for visitors from other worlds or for some lost beam of forgotten power to feel the weight of this. Those answers are easy, and they are not the point. The point is narrower and far harder to wave away. No one has ever recovered a toolkit from ancient Egypt that can be shown to do this work at this precision, at this scale. The gap is not a fantasy. The gap is simply there. And the people who left that gap did not leave only one monument behind. They left another in the same impossible style, 500 miles to the north. Chapter 3, The Twin at Giza. Remember the comparison Neville reached for, the one we set aside at the start, when he stood in the Osirian and felt its age in his bones. The building that came to his mind was not another temple of Seti's day. It was a structure on the Giza Plateau, in the shadow of the second Great Pyramid. We know it as the Valley Temple of Khafre. Go there, and the resemblance is not subtle. Like the Osirian, it is built of vast blocks of stone, some of them estimated at well over 100 tons. Like the Osirian, it is almost entirely bare. No reliefs crowd its walls, no inscriptions explain it, no decoration softens it. It is engineering stripped to its bones, raw and enormous and silent, and it stands apart from the carved and painted temples that came later, as if it answers to a different rulebook altogether. And there is a small, telling detail that ties the two together with a thread you can see with your own eyes. On the blocks of both sites, you will find bosses, rounded knobs of stone left protruding from the surface, the kind of handling points masons leave to grip and lever a block into place, and then, usually, shave away when the work is done. Here they were left at Giza, and they were left at Abydos, the unfinished fingerprints of builders who worked the same way in two places hundreds of miles apart. This matters because it changes the shape of the mystery. A single strange building can be explained away as a one-off, an oddity, a thing some clever crew managed once and never again. But the Osirian is not alone. It belongs to a family, a plain and titanic style of building that appears at more than one place in Egypt and sits badly in the timeline at every one of them. Two sites, one manner of working, both too austere and too heavy for the age the books assign them. And the Osirian carries one feature its northern relative does not, a feature that has shaped its whole strange life. It was built to stand in water. Chapter 4, Built for Water. Of all the puzzles this place sets us, this is the one that is easiest to see and hardest to explain. The heart of the Osirian is an island, a great platform of stone ringed by a channel that was meant to hold water, so that the central chamber would rise from the surface like the first mound of dry land in the old Egyptian story of creation. This was not an accident of flooding. The water was the point. And the water is still here. To this day, the lower levels lie drowned, the dark surface creeping a little higher with the years, the granite standing patient in it as it has stood for longer than anyone can prove. There is something in the sight of it that stays with you, a monument built deliberately to meet the water, in a land we think of as nothing but sand. But that phrase, a land of nothing but sand, is itself a recent thing. Egypt was not always dry. There were ages when rain fell on this country in a way it has not fallen in living memory, when the desert ran green and the rivers were full. And here we should be careful and honest, because this is exactly the kind of place a good story runs ahead of its evidence. The clearest sign of that wetter world is written not here, but at Giza on the Great Sphinx, where the geologist Robert Schoch has argued that the deep vertical channels worn into its enclosure were cut by long ages of rainfall that would push the carving back to a time far older than the textbooks allow. That argument is about the Sphinx, and we will let it stand where it belongs, on the Sphinx. But it opens a door we cannot close again. If monumental Egypt reaches back into a wetter, older world than we were taught, then a granite hall built to live in water starts to look less like a curiosity and more like a clue. And the ground around the Osirian has begun, in our own century, to give up clues of its own. Chapter 5, The Deep Past at Abydos. We tend to imagine that history at Abydos begins with the pharaohs, with the first dynasty and the birth of monumental Egypt some 5,000 years ago. For a long time, that was the floor, the earliest layer, the point before which there was supposed to be nothing much to find. That floor has been quietly giving way. Not far from the Great Temple, archaeologists working in recent years uncovered the traces of a settlement and a cemetery that long predate the kings. The dead there were laid in the ground around 7,000 years ago, 2,000 years before the first dynasty, in an age before the Egypt of the textbooks had properly begun. Some of those early graves were larger and richer than royal graves that came much later, which tells us these were not scattered wanderers, but a people of standing, settled, organized, and here. Now we must be careful, and we must be more careful than the stories that usually get told about this place. That 7,000-year-old discovery does not date the Serapeum. It is a separate find, a settlement of the living and a field of the dead, not the granite hall itself. Anyone who tells you the dig proves the age of the monument is reaching past the evidence. What it proves is narrower, and in its own quiet way, just as unsettling. It proves that people were living, building, and burying their own at Abydos far earlier than the monumental timeline wants to admit. And that is the pattern worth holding on to. Every time we put a spade into this ground, Abydos turns out to be older than we thought. The starting line keeps sliding backward into the dark. So, when we stand before granite that no name can honestly date, shaped by tools no one has ever found, in a hall built for a wetter world, at a site that refuses to stay young, the easy answer on the wall begins to feel very thin indeed. Chapter 6, What the Stone Remembers. So let us gather what we have, slowly, the way you would lift each stone to look beneath it. We have a monument whose own discoverers could not agree on its age, claimed for a king by a single carved name on stone that may have been ancient before he drew breath. We have rose granite, shaped to a precision that the orthodox tools, tested fairly and on film, strain to reach in a lifetime of sawing. We have a twin to the north at Giza, the same titanic and naked style, the same fingerprints left in the rock. We have a hall built to stand in water, in a country we are told was only ever sand. And we have a site that grows older every time we dig. None of this, on its own, overturns anything. We are not here to hand you a verdict, because the truth is that no one has earned one yet. What we have instead is something the textbooks rarely allow themselves: an honest gap, a place where the official story runs out of road and the stone simply keeps going. And that is where I want to leave it with you, because the question is genuinely open and it is yours as much as mine. If a name carved into a wall is not proof of who built a thing, then who raised the Osirion and when? I would rather read your answer than give you mine. So tell me in the comments, and do not soften it for me. The bolder, the better. The official answer is one cartouche on one wall, and the granite has been waiting a great deal longer than that. If you would like to stand in front of the next of these stones with me, follow along and turn the notifications on, because the next one we open is that twin in plain sight at Giza, the bare and brutal temple of even heavier stone that almost no one truly looks at. Until then, stay curious and keep asking who came before. Deep in the Kaimanawa Ranges of New Zealand stands a line of enormous stone blocks fitted so tightly together that a knife blade will not pass between them. Each block stands taller than a grown man, the faces flat and squared, the seams running straight and level through the bush. And the official story of this country says that none of it should be here at all, because these islands, we are told, were the last great empty land on Earth, untouched by any human hand until about the year 1300. Yet every time someone carries that date into a laboratory and tests it, the date refuses to hold still. It slips backward by centuries. Sometimes it slips backward by 1,000 years. Tonight, we follow the evidence that the textbooks have never quite been able to keep in place. And we ask one simple question: when was this land really first touched by human hands? Chapter 1. The bones that should not be there. In the middle of the 1990s, a New Zealand scientist named Richard Holdaway was working not with walls or with carvings, but with something far smaller and far harder to argue with. He was working with the bones of rats. To understand why the bones of a rat could shake a nation's history, you have to understand one quiet and very real piece of science. The Pacific rat, the little animal the Maori call the kiore, cannot swim across an ocean. It cannot raft itself thousands of miles across open water. It has only ever reached remote islands in one way, riding in the canoes of people. So, where you find the bones of the kiore, you have found the fingerprints of human beings. Date the rat, and you have dated the arrival of the men and women who carried it. This is a method archaeologists trust the world over, and it does not rely on legend or on interpretation. It rests on a simple fact of biology. The rat did not come here alone. So when Holdaway gathered kiore bones from caves across both islands and sent them to be radiocarbon dated, he was, in effect, asking the land to tell him when the first canoes had come. The answer that came back was not the year 1300. It was not even close. Some of those bones return dates of roughly 2,000 years ago, a full 1,000 years before anyone was supposed to have set foot on these shores. The result landed like a thrown stone through a window. It was published in the scientific literature in respectable journals by a serious researcher, and it suggested that someone, carrying their rats with them, had reached New Zealand while Rome still ruled the Mediterranean world. The debate that followed was long and bitter, and it has never entirely gone quiet. Now, honesty matters here, because this audience can tell when a story is being stretched. Other scientists pushed back hard. A later body of work, dating rat, gnawed seeds, and a fresh set of bones, pulled the arrival date forward again to around the year 1280. Much closer to the textbook. Many researchers consider that the stronger case today, but here is what no one has ever cleanly erased. Real radiocarbon results from real bones in real laboratories once placed human beings in New Zealand 1,000 years early. And the men and women who reported them were not cranks. They were scientists following their data. The textbook date did not emerge clean and certain. It emerged out of an argument that is still, in the quiet corners of the field, unsettled. And those early dates were measured against one fixed point, a single trusted line drawn across the country's past. A layer of volcanic ash laid down in one catastrophic afternoon that nearly every date in New Zealand is measured against. So the next question is the obvious one. How solid is that ruler really? Chapter 2, the clock everyone trusts. Every history needs a clock. In New Zealand, that clock is a single layer of pale ash buried in the soil, the fallout from one of the most violent eruptions the planet has seen in the last few thousand years. The volcano was Taupo, and when it detonated, it flattened entire forests and hurled ash across the whole of the country. Some have even tried to match it to red skies recorded in Rome and China in roughly the same era, though that link is itself debated. Wherever that ash layer appears, archaeologists have their anchor. Anything below the ash is older. Anything above it is younger. The whole timeline of the country hangs on knowing exactly when that ash fell. For decades, the answer seemed settled, fixed at around the year 232, a precise date carried in the rings of trees killed by the blast. The script you may have heard before quotes the older figure of 186. Either way, the principle is the same. The ash is the ruler, and the ruler was trusted. And then, only recently, a team of researchers did something that should give every confident textbook pause. They argued that the ruler itself might be wrong. Their case was technical but elegant. Trees growing on the flanks of a volcano, they pointed out, breathe in more than ordinary air. They take in old carbon, carbon seeping up from the magma far below, carbon that carries no radioactive clock of its own. A tree that drinks that breath will test as older than it truly is. And if the trees used to date the eruption were poisoned in this way, then the famous date could be off by a wide margin. The anchor everyone trusts could be loose in its hole. Now, fairness demands that we give the other side its strongest voice, because it has one. Far away in Antarctica, scientists drilling deep into the ancient ice found a thin trace of volcanic glass, chemically matched to taupo, frozen into a layer they could date independently of any tree. And that ice agreed almost exactly with the old figure, somewhere close to the year 230. That is a powerful piece of evidence, and it is honest to say so. The ice does not breathe magma. The ice has no reason to lie. But notice what we are actually watching. Two teams of careful, credentialed scientists looking at the very same eruption and arriving at dates that do not fully agree. This is not a fringe theorist shouting at a museum. This is the establishment, in print, unable to keep its own foundation stone perfectly still. And if the clock that every other date leans upon can wobble even a little, then a question begins to form. What about the things in this country that were never dated at all? The things no one is permitted to dig? Chapter 3, The Wall You Are Not Allowed to Dig. Return now to the bush of the Kaimanawa Ranges and to that long line of squared stone. There is a sign near the site, placed by the authorities, and it does something you very rarely see at a pile of ordinary rocks. It forbids you to dig. By agreement between the local people of Ngati-Tuharetua and the Department of Conservation, excavation here is not allowed. Whatever lies beneath that wall, no spade has been permitted to reach it. Before we go further, let us do the thing that builds trust and clear the wildest idea off the table ourselves. You will find people online who claim this wall is some ancient machine, a battery of stone tapping the magnetic energy of the earth, a power plant left by a vanished super civilization. There is no evidence for any of that, and we are not going to pretend there is. That is not what the stone is telling us, and chasing it only insults the real mystery, because there is a real and ordinary explanation, and it deserves to be heard at its full strength. Geologists who examined the blocks identified the stone as a volcanic rock called ignimbrite, formed when a glowing cloud of ash and pumice settled and fused in place very long ago. As that vast sheet of rock cooled, it cracked. And ignimbrite, when it cools, does not crack at random. It can fracture into strikingly regular shapes, into blocks with flat faces and near square corners, joints running level and straight. It is a genuine, well-documented natural process, and it can produce something that looks, to the eye, uncannily like the work of a mason. An honest viewer has to sit with that. The geology is real, and it is elegant, and it explains a great deal. We should also be honest about the man who first made this wall famous. He was a historian, not a geologist, and he became convinced the stones were cut and stacked by human hands. Years later, to his credit, he revised that view and accepted that the formation was most likely natural. The person who started the legend walked it part way back. We will not hide that from you, because a story is only worth telling if it can survive the truth. And yet, when all of that fair and reasonable explanation has been laid down, one stubborn thing remains. No one has ever been allowed to dig. The cooling joint explanation accounts for what we can see on the surface, the squared blocks and the level seams. It does not, and cannot, tell us how far the structure goes down or what shape it takes beneath the soil, because the one act that could settle it is forbidden. We are asked to accept a final answer about a place that has never been fully examined. One unexcavated wall on its own is only a curiosity. But a whole landscape of stone, sealed away from the public for the better part of a century, is something else entirely. Chapter 4, sealed until 2063. In 1988, in the far north of the country, an archaeologist signed a document. It concerned the records of work carried out in the Waipua forest, a vast and ancient stand of kauri trees, and it placed those records under restriction in the National Archive. The date set for their release was the year 2063. 75 years of silence. 3 full generations locked away before a single page was due to see daylight. Pause on that number. 75 years is not the ordinary handling of a routine dig. It is the kind of seal you might expect on a matter of state, and it was placed over the records of stone structures in a forest. Those structures, we should be clear, are entirely real. Across the Waipua region, surveys recorded hundreds of separate sites and thousands of individual stone features, walls and terraces and mounds and cairns scattered through the trees. This is not a rumor, and it is not a hoax. The stonework is there, mapped and counted. Early European visitors had wondered at it and asked who the builders were. Now, fairness again, because it is the spine of this whole video. The embargo was in the end lifted earlier than its full term, and the documents have been made available. The mainstream reading of those structures is that they are the work of Maori, the ancestors of the people who live there now, and that there is no lost civilization hidden in the paperwork. That is the official account, and you are entitled to weigh it. But weigh this beside it. Whatever the final truth of who built those walls, a government placed a 75-year lock on the study of them, and that single decision, more than any wild theory, is what kept the questions burning for decades. People do not seal ordinary things for 3 generations. Even if the explanation is innocent, the optics of that lock are strange, and the audience that distrusts the tidy version was not being paranoid to notice it. A country that will not let you dig one wall and that sealed the records of another whole forest of stone for the better part of a century has at the very least made it difficult to ever feel certain. And if people truly were here early enough and skilled enough to raise walls in stone, then the oldest art they left behind should carry the same secret. It should be older than the textbook allows. And it is. Chapter 5, The Canoes Carved Too Early. Deep in a planted forest, on the volcanic plateau, on the walls of a low rock shelter, there is a fleet. Carved into the stone is a flotilla of canoes, waka, more than a dozen of them. Some plain, some decorated with careful spirals, their hulls cut into the rock by patient hands. It is one of the most remarkable pieces of rock art in the whole country, and almost no one has heard of it. These carvings, unlike the wall and unlike the boulders, are beyond any doubt the work of human beings. No cooling crack makes a canoe, and when researchers worked to place them in time, the date that came back was striking. The carvings appear to reach back to around the year 1050. That is not a small thing. It sits comfortably before the neat and confident figure of 1300 that we are handed for the very first arrivals. The art, in other words, may be older than the settlement it is supposed to belong to. Let us be careful and respectful here, because this is where lesser tellings go wrong. These are not the work of some unknown vanished race. They are waka, the great voyaging canoes of Polynesia, and they are almost certainly the achievement of the ancestors of the Maori themselves. The point is not that someone else was here. The point is that the people who were here may have arrived earlier and reached further than the simple textbook line suggests. To honor that is to honor them, not to erase them. And their own traditions whisper the same thing. The old stories do not describe a blind stumble onto unknown shores. They speak of voyages toward a place already known, sought out deliberately for a treasure it was known to hold, the green stone, the paunamu, the precious jade of the southern rivers. But here is the quiet riddle inside that memory. How do you sail for a treasure on an island you have never seen? How is the location of a stone on a coast at the bottom of the world already known before the island is supposedly discovered? Knowledge like that does not appear from nothing. It is the residue of someone who came before and looked and remembered. 5 separate threads now: the early bones, the wobbling clock, the wall no one may open, the records sealed for 3 generations, and now art and memory that both run too old. Every one of them pulling in the same direction. Chapter 6, The First Footprint. So let us gather it all in one place, quietly, and look at what we have. We have rat bones that once tested 1,000 years too early, reported by serious scientists. We have a volcanic clock that the experts themselves cannot keep perfectly still. We have a wall that may be only nature's handiwork, and yet is forbidden to the spade that could prove it. We have the records of an entire forest of stonework, sealed away from the public for 75 years. And we have a fleet of canoes carved into a rock face that may predate the very people it belongs to, beside a memory of treasure known before its island was found. No single one of these is proof of a lost civilization. We have been careful all the way through not to claim more than the stones will bear. Taken alone, each can be explained, and we have given those explanations their fair and full hearing. But taken together, they sketch the outline of something the textbook sentence does not capture. They tell us that the beginning of this country is not the clean, settled, single line we were handed in school. It is contested. It is argued over by the very people paid to be certain. It is, in places, deliberately closed off from view. And that leaves us with one honest, open question, the same one we began with. If the date keeps slipping backward every single time a careful hand reaches down to test it, then how sure can any of us truly be about the moment the first footprint was ever pressed into this land? I want to hear where you would place it. Tell me, down in the comments, when you believe the first canoe really touched these shores, and why. The bolder, the better. The textbook gave us one tidy year, but the bones and the ash and the carved stone keep casting their votes for another. If you would rather follow the truth than the tidy version, then subscribe and ring the bell and stay close. Because next, we leave these forests and cross the open Pacific to a city built upon the sea itself, the drowned and impossible stone canals of Madol. There are towns in the hills south of Rome that stand on walls no one can explain. Walls rising as high as 15 meters, built from limestone blocks weighing many tons, cut into uneven, many-sided shapes, and fitted together so tightly that after thousands of years, you still cannot slide a blade between them. There is no mortar, there is no rubble core. And mainstream archaeology has handed these walls to one people after another across the centuries, the Pelasgians, the Hernici, the Volsi, the Romans, without ever agreeing who actually raised them. Tonight, the stone crowns of central Italy that the textbook still cannot account for. Chapter 1, The Towns That Wear Stone Crowns. Begin with what is strange before you reach what is old. In a quiet corner of the region the Romans called Latium, in the modern province of Frosinone, there are small towns that most travelers pass without a second glance. Alatri, Ferentino, Segni, Arpino, Veroli, Norba, and Corri on the seaward side. Ordinary places with churches and cafes and washing hung between the windows. And then you look down at what they are standing on. Each of these towns is wrapped, partly or almost entirely, in a circuit of colossal stone walls. Not Roman brick, not the neat rectangular blocks of a later empire. These are masses of grey limestone, some of them taller than a standing man, set in courses that follow no straight line, locking into one another like the pieces of a puzzle cut by something that did not believe in right angles. The people who live above them have built their houses, their gardens, their entire daily lives on top of a foundation they did not make and cannot date. This is the first thing that textbooks rarely tell you. These walls are not a single monument in a single place. They are a phenomenon spread across an entire landscape, dozens of sites, the same impossible technique repeated again and again over a region of central Italy. Whoever did this did it everywhere, with the same confidence, in the same style, leaving a signature in stone across the whole of ancient Latium. And the further you walk along them, the stranger the work becomes. Because the difficulty is not only in the size of the stones, it is in the way they meet. Chapter 2, The Joints That Should Not Close. Stand close to the wall at Alatri and put your hand flat against it. What you feel first is the scale. Then you notice the joins. The blocks are polygonal, which means each one has been cut with many sides, 5, 6, sometimes more, and every side has been shaped to match the block beside it exactly. There is no standard brick here, no repeating unit. Every single stone is unique, and every single stone was carved to fit the unique stones around it. Think for a moment about what that requires. To lay a wall of identical bricks, you only need to make one shape well and then make it again. To lay a wall like this, you must cut a giant, irregular block, lift it, offer it up to its neighbors, take it down, shave it where it does not sit, lift it again, and repeat that until many tons of stone settle into a gap with almost no error at all. And then you must do it for the next stone, which is a different shape, against a different set of faces. The joints at these sites close so completely that for centuries, visitors have described being unable to insert a knife blade between them. There is no mortar holding any of it together. The stability comes entirely from the geometry, from the weight of each block and the precision of its fit, the stones pressing against one another so that the whole wall behaves as a single locked mass. This is harder, not easier, than building with mortar and small bricks. It is a deliberate choice to do the most difficult possible thing, and to do it at a scale that runs for hundreds of meters around an entire hilltop. Who chooses to build the hard way on a mountainside with stones the size of small rooms? And more to the point, who were they? Because here the story stops being about engineering and starts being about a name that nobody can pin down. Chapter 3, the names that do not fit. The honest answer to who built the walls of Latium is that we do not know. And what makes that answer remarkable is how long the confusion has lasted and how high it reaches. The ancient Romans themselves looked at these walls and did not claim them. To the Greeks and Romans, masonry like this belonged to a deep and legendary past, and they gave it a legendary builder. They called it the work of the Cyclopes, the one-eyed giants of myth, because no ordinary man, they reasoned, could have moved such stones. Others reached for the Pelasgians, a shadowy people said to have lived in the land before the Greeks, a name that ancient writers used almost as a label for whoever came before memory. In other words, the people closest in time to these walls already treated them as inherited from someone older and stranger than themselves. Modern archaeology has tried to bring order to this. The leading view today credits the local peoples who held this land before Rome absorbed it, the Hernici and the Volsi, and places the building of the walls in the centuries before the Roman conquest. Alatri belonged to the confederation of the Hernici and fell under Roman control in the year 306 BC. So the conventional frame is clear enough on paper. These are the fortifications of pre-Roman hill peoples, raised sometime in the few centuries before Rome swallowed them. But the frame strains against the work. The Hernici and the Volsi are otherwise modest in the archaeological record. We do not find, elsewhere in their story, the tradition of titanic precision masonry that these walls would demand. The walls are credited to them largely because they were there, not because anything else they left behind prepares us for this. And that is the gap the textbooks paper over. We have assigned the greatest stonework in central Italy to peoples whose other vestiges are quiet, and we have done it because the alternative is to admit we cannot name the architects at all. If the names do not settle the question, perhaps the stones themselves were trying to say something. Because at one of these sites, the walls do not merely defend a hill, they seem to point at the sky. Chapter 4, the sky caught in the stone. Of all the walled towns of Latium, Alatri holds the strangest claim, and it comes not from a fringe theory, but from a working astrophysicist. High above the town sits the Acropolis, a great artificial platform crowned with the most imposing polygonal walls of all, in places more than 3 meters thick. In the early 2000s, the astrophysicist Giulio Magli studied the layout of this citadel, its gates, its orientation, its proportions. What he reported was not what you would expect from a simple hill fort thrown up for defense. The Acropolis appears to be laid out with deliberate geometry and deliberate sky watching built in. Magli found that the placement of its gates and the lines of its walls align with the rising and setting points of the sun and with significant positions in the sky, and that the proportions of certain gateways approach the ratio the ancient world prized as the golden section. The plan was not casual. Someone had set this platform onto the hill with an eye on the heavens and a mind for measure. That changes the texture of the mystery. A wall built only to keep enemies out does not need to honor the solstice. It does not need its gateways tuned to a sacred proportion. The presence of that care suggests the Acropolis was something closer to a temple than a barracks, a place where the boundary of the town and the order of the cosmos were meant to be the same thing. And it pushes the building back into a frame of mind we associate with much older sacred architecture across the ancient world, where the walls of a holy place were aligned to the turning sky. It also deepens the dating problem. The more sophisticated the design, the harder it becomes to dismiss these as the rough work of a minor hill people in a hurry. Whoever planned the Acropolis of Elatri understood stone, understood proportion, and watched the sky. And that sophistication does not end with the heavens. It is built into the very doorways these people cut through their walls, including one gateway that, by the ordinary rules of architectural history, should not stand where it stands. Chapter 5. The gate found nowhere else. Follow the walls to the town of Arpino, a little to the east, and climb to its old citadel, the place called Civitavecchia. Here, the megalithic circuit once ran for around 3 kilometers, and roughly half of it still stands, in places swallowed into the walls of later houses. It is among the most important megalithic sites in this part of Italy, and it holds something that stops architects in their tracks. Set into the ancient wall is a tall, narrow gateway that rises to a point at the top, a pointed arch. Not a rounded Roman arch, not a simple flat lintel, but a true ogival opening, formed by corbelling, each course of stone stepped slightly inward until the two sides lean together and meet in a peak. It is regularly described as the only surviving pointed arch of its kind in Italy, and one of very few anywhere in the Mediterranean. And it sits in a wall raised long before Rome, in a style that recalls the great galleries of Tiryns and Mycenae far across the sea in Greece. The pointed arch is something most of us associate with a much later world, with medieval cathedrals raised thousands of years afterward. To find its principle here, cut in massive polygonal stone by a pre-Roman hill people, is exactly the kind of detail the textbooks tend to mention quietly and move past. It tells us that the builders of these walls were not merely stacking heavy blocks. They were solving advanced problems of how to span an opening in stone, and arriving at forms the rest of Europe would not settle on for many centuries. The same care shows in the great gates and the carved niches of the other towns, in the monumental thresholds of Alatri and Ferentino, where single enormous stones were set as lintels over the doorways into the sacred enclosures. These were not careless fortifications. They were considered engineered, almost ceremonial entrances into the high places of a vanished people. The doorways point, like the walls themselves, to a command of stone we have not fully placed in time, and it is a command of stone that, against all expectation, repeats itself on the far side of the world. Chapter 6. The same wall on distant shores. Here is what unsettles people most once they have seen the walls of Latium up close. They have seen them before, in photographs, somewhere else entirely. Travel east to the Greek mainland, and you reach Mycenae and Tiryns, the citadels the Greeks themselves called Cyclopean, built from huge rough stones that their own descendants believed only giants could have lifted. The resemblance to the Italian walls is close enough that the same word Cyclopean is used for both. Travel much further across an entire ocean to the high Andes of Peru, and you find it again at Cusco, at Sacsayhuamán, at Ollantaytambo. There, the stones are granite rather than limestone, and the fit is finer still. many-sided blocks pressed together so tightly that the joints have become famous around the world. And yet the principle is identical. Giant irregular blocks, no mortar, every face cut to lock against its neighbors, walls that have outlasted the empires built on top of them. Mainstream scholarship is firm, and on the plain facts it is correct that these are separate cultures, separated by oceans and by thousands of years, who never met. The builders of Tirans did not sail to Peru. The Hernici did not cross the Atlantic. No one serious disputes that. What no one has fully explained is why the same extraordinary and difficult idea, the polygonal, mortarless megalithic wall, surfaces independently among peoples with nothing else in common, while so much of the rest of human building took the easier road of brick and straight courses. The careful answer is that great stone responds to the same physics everywhere, and that strong cultures under pressure may arrive at similar solutions on their own. That may well be true. But it asks us to accept that the single hardest way to build a wall was invented over and over by unconnected hands, and then mostly forgotten by their own successors. The walls of Latium are one node in a pattern that circles the planet, and the pattern itself has never been accounted for. Chapter 7, What the Stones Keep. So we are left standing at the foot of the wall where we began, with our hand against stone that has outlived every explanation offered for it. We know where these walls are. We can walk their circuits, measure their blocks, photograph the joints that will not admit a blade. What we do not have is the one thing the textbooks imply we possess: a confident account of who raised them and how, and why they chose the most punishing method of building known to the ancient world, and why the same choice echoes from Italy to Greece to the mountains of Peru. The names in the books, the Hernici, the Volsci, the Pelasgians, are placeholders standing where a true answer should be. Perhaps that is the honest legacy of these places. The people who live in Alatri and Ferentino and Norba go about their lives on a foundation that predates their language, their faith, their nation, laid by hands whose skill they have inherited but cannot match and cannot name. The walls do not announce their makers. They simply hold the hilltops, course upon locked course, patient and silent, keeping a question that has waited longer than Rome. And when you finally walk away from them, the strangest feeling is not that the walls are old. It is that they are still waiting to be understood, and that the stones, fitted so perfectly by someone we have never met, seem perfectly content to wait a little longer. In 1989, a team of scientists dragged a magnetometer across the open ground beneath a small Texas town, and the machine answered as if it were tracing the streets of a buried city. What it was reading is a wall of stacked sandstone, struck in 11 separate places, sinking dozens of feet into the earth and turning beneath the houses, across what some have mapped as nearly 20 square miles. That is not the outline of a fence or a foundation. That is the footprint of a settlement, laid out on the scale of an ancient city, in a corner of the world where every textbook swears no city was ever raised. The instrument archaeologists trust to find the lost gave back the reading for the lost. Not a guess, not a legend. The shape of something vast and deliberate, sleeping under Texas, long before the history we were taught began. Tonight, the buried city mainstream history insists was never there. The town is called Rockwall, and the wall came first. Before there was a courthouse, before there were streets, there was a buried thing in the earth that the living kept bumping into, and the name of the place is simply a record of how strange that thing seemed to the people who found it. Chapter 1, The Instrument That Read It as a City. That survey had a name behind it, and it was not the name of a treasure hunter or a believer. It was led by a geophysicist named Brooks Elwood, a man who had spent his career studying the magnetism of rocks, working with 2 colleagues and publishing what they found in a journal of geoarchaeology. They did not come to Rockwall to argue about lost civilization. They came with instruments, and what those instruments recorded is the single hardest fact in this entire story. To understand why, you have to understand how archaeologists actually find things they cannot see. When people build, bury, burn, or work the ground, they change it. They heat clay until its magnetic minerals lock into a new alignment. They dig pits and fill them with disturbed earth. They lay stone where no stone naturally sits. Each of these leaves a faint magnetic fingerprint, and a magnetometer dragged across a field can read those fingerprints from above, tracing the outline of a vanished house or a filled ditch without a single spade going into the soil. This is not fringe science. It is the standard way buried towns are mapped all over the world. And they did not rely on the magnetometer alone. They ran electrical resistivity surveys, measuring how the buried ground pushed back against a current, and they carried the iron-bearing stone into the laboratory for Mossbauer analysis, a technique precise enough to read the state of the iron atoms locked inside the mineral. This was not a glance over a field. It was an interrogation of the stone, conducted with the full toolkit of modern earth science. And when they put it all together, the ground gave up its anomaly. The formation produced a clear, strong magnetic signal, and in their own carefully chosen words, the pattern closely resembled those they would expect to find in association with historic or prehistoric cultural activity. Sit with that sentence for a moment, because of where it comes from. This is not a believer squinting hopefully at a rock. This is a trained geophysicist writing in a scientific journal, reporting that the buried stone behaved under his instruments the way the works of human hands behave. Now, the honest part, because this audience deserves the honest part. The team did not conclude that people built it. They traced the magnetism to two minerals inside the stone, siderite and marcasite, both rich in iron. And they argued that as those minerals weather underground, they produce the magnetic signal naturally. That is a fair, careful, defensible explanation, and it is exactly the kind of detail that separates a real mystery from a cheap one. But notice what that explanation covers and what it leaves untouched. It tells us where the magnetism comes from. It does not tell us why the stone carrying that iron is stacked in level courses, one upon another, with thin seams between the blocks, in a formation regular enough that trained settlers mistook it for masonry on site. The iron explains the reading on the dial. It does not explain the shape in the ground. And here is where it gets stranger. Those same iron-rich minerals may be the quiet origin of one of the oldest legends attached to this place. The story of a metal disc found pressed into the stone by well diggers in the 1850s. Same iron, same ground. More than a century apart, the wall keeps producing metal, and the people who meet it keep reaching for the same word, made. If the magnetism is just iron in the rock, then the real question was never about the metal at all. The real question is about the stacking. And for that, we have to go to the geologists. Chapter 2, The Dike That Forgot to Wander. The man who first gave the wall a scientific name was Robert Hill, often called the father of Texas geology. In 1901, he examined the formation and classified it as a clastic sand dike, and on the surface, that should have ended the matter. A clastic dike is a real and well understood thing. Underground sand, put under pressure, is forced up through a crack in overlying rock and hardens there into a sheet of stone. Later surveys agreed, and a study in 2013 filled in the mechanism in detail, describing fluid sand depth rising through fractures in hardened clay, with the so-called mortar between the blocks turning out to be sandy clay squeezed in from the surrounding ground. Take that explanation seriously, because it is a strong one, it is internally consistent, it accounts for the material, it accounts for the seams, it does not require a single lost civilization. If you wanted to close this case, this is the explanation you would reach for, and you would be standing on solid scientific ground. And yet, here is the thing that explanation has to walk past. Clastic dikes are not rare. Geologists have logged around 500 of them in California alone, and something on the order of 10,000 across Japan. We have a very large sample of what these formations look like when nature makes them. And almost without exception, they look nothing like rock wall. The ordinary clastic dike is thin, irregular, a wandering vein of hardened sand that snakes through the host rock at whatever angle the crack happened to take. It does not stack, it does not square itself off. It does not run in level courses for miles. Rock wall does. The formation is singled out, even by people who call it natural, for its size, its vertical regularity, and the way its blocks sit one above another like deliberate masonry. Of the tens of thousands of these features scattered around the world, the ones beneath this Texas town are the ones that look built. The natural explanation tells us what the wall is made of and how the sand got there. It does not tell us why this dike, alone among its thousands of cousins, forgot to wander. That is not a question a believer invented. It is a question the rock itself asks. And it is the reason that for more than 100 years, the people who actually stood at the edge of the trench and looked did not all walk away agreeing. Chapter 3, the door scar left open. 3 times in the last century, serious people examined this wall up close, and the pattern they left behind is the most quietly remarkable thing about the whole site. None of them could close the door. The first was Count Byron Koen de Prorok, a flamboyant and well-traveled archaeologist who had dug in North Africa. In February of 1925, he came to Rockwall, examined an exposed section, and declared it the work of a prehistoric people, a genuine man-made structure. He was reported in the Dallas Morning News, and he was certain. His critics noted he was also a showman, and his certainty has not aged into proof. But he had stood at the stone, and he had said built. Half a century later came the careful counterweight. In 1979, a geologist from the University of Texas at Arlington named Kenneth Shaw led a proper study exposing 2 sections of the wall and examining their structure. His conclusion was sober and clear. The 2 sections he looked at were natural. This is the verdict the skeptics cite, and it deserves to be cited honestly. But Shaw did something that a lesser scientist would not have done. He refused to overclaim. He stated plainly that while the parts he had examined were natural, he could not rule out that some other unexamined portion of the wall might yet prove to be made by human hands. He closed his own case and left the larger one open. Then, in 1996, an architect named John Lindsay, who had been studying the formation since 1992, together with a colleague named Scott McCrary, brought a builder's eye rather than a geologist's. Lindsay looked at the structural logic of the thing, the way the loads would sit, the way the courses aligned, and concluded that the evidence for a prehistoric structure raised by human hands was, in his word, mounting. An architect, trained to read how things stand up, looked at this wall and saw design. Now, this is the moment to be the discerning one, because there is a wilder theory bolted onto this site, and it is worth naming so we can set it down. There are tellings of Rockwall that reach for ancient astronauts, for a landing platform, for visitors from elsewhere. We are not going there, and we are not going there for a simple reason. There is nothing about level courses of local sandstone that requires the stars. That theory is the easy one, the lazy one, the one that explains a mystery by inventing a bigger one. Set it aside. What the careful witnesses actually pointed to was far more grounded and far more unsettling. Not visitors, people. People we cannot name, working stone we can touch, in a place we can stand. 3 examinations, 3 honest minds, and not one of them willing to say case closed. Which raises the obvious question. If the wall is this interesting and this accessible, why has no one simply dug the whole thing up and settled it once and for all? Chapter 4, the land nobody can dig. The answer is almost disappointingly ordinary, and that is exactly what makes it land. No one has fully excavated the Rockwall formation, and no one is likely to, because almost every known segment of it lies beneath privately owned land under farms and homes and the streets of a growing town. There is no vault here, no armed guard, no official decree sealing the truth away. There is something quieter and, in its way, harder to fight. There are property lines. To excavate the whole wall, you would have to dig up the town that was named after it, parcel by parcel, through the living rooms and back gardens of people who never asked to be sitting on a mystery. The full structure has been struck in roughly 11 separate locations over the years, in wells and foundations and construction cuts, each one a keyhole glimpse of something far larger, and each one quickly backfilled so that life could go on above it. So the wall is not hidden from us. It is simply permanently out of reach, which is a stranger fate than being hidden. A secret can be uncovered. This cannot, not without unmaking the town itself. The proof, whatever it is, will most likely stay exactly where it has been for as long as anyone can measure, a few feet down, beneath the carpet and the foundation slab, waiting under a place that goes about its day on top of it. There is one piece you can walk up to and touch. The city set aside an exposure of the wall in a public park, stones recovered from excavations along the old Stodgill farm, reassembled so that people can stand in front of the thing their town is named for. It is the one window left open. And standing there, the question stops being about machines and minerals and old experts and becomes something much simpler. What did the first people to see this actually think they were looking at? Chapter 5, The First Witnesses. Strip away the magnetometers and the journal papers and the century of argument, and you are left with the oldest evidence of all, and in some ways, the most honest. People with no theory to sell, no channel to feed, no book to move, dug into the Texas earth in 1851 and hit a wall. They were not archaeologists. They were settlers, sinking wells and turning fields, and they had every practical reason to want the ground to be ordinary, because dressed stone where stone should not be is an obstacle, not a gift. And still, when they struck it, when they saw the long, even courses and the squared blocks and the seams that ran like mortar, they did not shrug it off as a quirk of geology. They reached for the only word that fit what their eyes were telling them: wall. They reached for it so firmly that they did something people rarely do over a mere rock. They named their home after it. Every road sign, every piece of mail, every child who has ever said where they are from has been repeating without thinking the verdict of the first witnesses, that this looked like something built. A place name is a strange and durable kind of testimony. It carries no agenda. It predates the internet and the documentaries and the ebooks, and it has been quietly insisting on the same thing for more than 170 years. We have learned in the time since that the deep past is far stranger and far older than the textbooks once allowed. We have found stone monuments raised thousands of years before anyone thought such things were possible, and each time the lesson is the same. The people who came before us were not waiting around to be impressive. They built, and then their world ended, and the earth closed over the evidence, and we arrive late and call the leftovers a mystery. Everything beneath this quiet Texas town leans in one direction. The textbook will not follow it, so the last word should not be ours. Chapter 6, The Last Word is Yours. Lay it all out on the table together. A magnetometer that read the buried stone as a city. A clastic dike that, alone among its thousands of cousins, forgot to wander and stacked itself in courses. 3 careful examiners across a century, none of them able to say it was certainly natural. A wall that cannot be dug because a town lives on top of it. And a name, spoken for 170 years, that has been telling us all along what the first eyes saw. None of that is a verdict. It is a weight. And every piece of it leans the same way. So here is the question I want to hand to you. When those settlers stood at the bottom of a well in 1851, staring at squared stone in the Texas clay, what were they really standing over? A trick of pressure and sand and iron that only looks like masonry? Or the foundations of something we still do not have a name for, something older than the history we were given? Tell me in the comments what you believe is down there. And do not be shy with the bold answers. The ground under this town has been outstranging the textbook for 170 years. So your theory is in good company. If you want to keep standing at the edge of these trenches with me, subscribe and ring the bell, because the next place we are going did something to the instruments that is even harder to explain than this. Until then, the wall waits where it has always waited, a few feet down, beneath a town that was named for it and has never seen all of it. 887 stone giants stand on the most isolated inhabited land on the face of the planet. The nearest neighbor is a speck called Pitcairn, 1,200 miles of open ocean away, and the mainland is more than 2,000 miles beyond that. The largest of these figures that was actually raised stands nearly 33 feet tall and weighs close to 80 tons. And when the first European ships finally reached this shore in the year 1722, they found only a few thousand people living among the giants. Mainstream history has rewritten the answer to this place twice in a single generation, and the newest version only deepens the problem. No wheels, no metal, no draft animals, no crowd of spare hands to do the lifting. Tonight, the island whose giants the experts still cannot fully account for, and the question that will not close: who really raised them and how? Chapter 1, The Giants Were Built to Walk, begin not with the famous statues on their platforms, but with the ones lying face down in the dirt beside the old roads. Dozens of them rest along the ancient paths that lead out from the quarry, abandoned in transit, frozen mid-journey. And when you look closely at these fallen ones, you notice something that the upright, finished statues hide. They lean. Before a moai was ever set on its platform and given its final upright posture, it was carved with a pronounced forward tilt, a body that pitches ahead of its own feet. For a long time, the honest answer to how these things were moved was that nobody was certain. The leading idea was that the islanders laid the statues flat on wooden sledges and rolled them over log tracks, hauling them across the island by brute labor. It is a reasonable theory. It is internally consistent. Cultures around the world moved heavy stone on rollers, and the model breaks no laws of physics. But it never quite fit the evidence on the ground, because the statues found along the roads were not lying in a way that matched sledges, and the island lacked the forests that the rolling theory demanded at the scale required. The deeper answer came from the statues themselves. The archaeologists Carl Lipo and Terry Hunt spent years studying the figures abandoned along the transport routes, and in a study published in the Journal of Archaeological Science, they laid out what those bodies were telling us. They built three-dimensional models of 62 of these road moai, and the pattern was unmistakable. Each one carried a forward lean of roughly 6 to 15 degrees, and each one sat on a base rounded and shaped like the curved bottom of a rocking chair. That combination does something strange. It shifts the center of mass so far forward that the statue cannot stand on its own. Left alone, it would topple, but tie ropes to its head and rock it from side to side, and it does not fall. It pivots, it steps, it walks. Here is where it becomes remarkable. With 3 ropes and the rhythm of a swinging pendulum, a team of as few as 15 people and no more than 60 could march one of these giants down the road upright, moving at roughly 1,000 feet every hour. The wide roads themselves were part of the design, cut into a gentle concave channel about 15 feet across that cradled the rocking statue and kept it from tipping. Years earlier, the same researchers had tested the idea on the ground, taking a full-size replica weighing nearly 5 tons and walking it more than 300 feet in only 40 minutes with 18 people and 3 ropes. And then there is the detail that should stop you cold. The people of this island always said the statues walked. Their oral tradition, dismissed for generations as a charming myth, insisted that the moai moved to their places on their own, upright, by a kind of power in the words spoken over them. The engineering and the legend say the same thing. These giants were not dragged. They were designed, down to the angle of the lean and the curve of the base, to walk. And if a people could engineer that, the obvious next question is what else these supposed simple islanders were capable of. To answer that, you have to dig beneath the giants. Literally. Chapter 2, What Lies Beneath the Heads. For most of the modern world, these monuments were always just heads. The great stone faces sticking up out of the grassy slope of the quarry became one of the most photographed images on Earth, and almost everyone assumed that was the whole sculpture. A face, a head set into the hillside. They were wrong, and the truth was waiting a few feet down. When the team of the Easter Island Statue Project, led by the archaeologist Joanne van Tilburg, excavated around the base of these buried figures in the seasons spanning the early 2010s, they kept digging, and the head kept going. Beneath the soil, the faces continued into full torsos, complete bodies that had been slowly swallowed by centuries of sediment washing down the slope. The heads were never the whole story. They were the tops of full standing statues, buried up to the neck by time. Now, consider a quiet point about how we know what we are looking at, because it changes everything about the age of these figures. The soil that buried these bodies did not appear overnight. It built up grain by grain, season by season, washing down and packing in around the stone over a very long stretch of time. That layer of sediment is a kind of clock, and it can only tell us one thing for certain. It tells us how long the statue has stood there to be buried. The carving underneath is older than the dirt that hid it, never younger. So when you see how deeply these torsos are entombed, you are looking at the minimum age of the work, not the maximum. The statues had already been standing patiently for a very long time before the earth climbed up to their chins. And the buried bodies held more than size. Their backs, hidden beneath the soil for centuries, were covered in carved designs, petroglyphs cut into the stone in crisp detail, and then sealed away from weather and eye by the rising ground. At the base of one, the excavators found a quantity of red pigment and a human burial, signs that these were not idle decorations, but charged, sacred objects, tended and honored. This was not a workshop of roughheads. This was a deliberate, decorated, ceremonial tradition by a people sophisticated enough to do something no other culture in the vast Pacific ever managed. They invented writing. Chapter 3, the only writing in the Pacific no one can read. Picture a slab of dark, polished wood, no larger than a forearm, its surface crowded with hundreds of tiny carved figures, birds, fish, plants, human forms with raised arms, row upon row of them, marching in lines that reverse direction as your eye travels down, so that every second line is carved upside down. This is Rongorongo, and it is one of the strangest objects the ancient world has handed us, because across the entire Pacific, among hundreds of island cultures spread over thousands of miles of ocean, this is the only writing system that ever appeared. More than 400 distinct symbols have been catalogued across the surviving tablets, woven into some 15,000 characters in all, and not one of them can be read. Every attempt to decipher Rongorongo has failed. We do not know if it records a language, or chants, or genealogies, or the motions of the sky. We have a written script from a vanished people sitting in museum cases, and it is utterly silent. It would be easy at this point to reach for the wildest explanation. Some have claimed that Rongorongo is too sophisticated to be homegrown, that its symbols echo the lost script of the Indus Valley on the far side of the world, or that it is a relic carried from some drowned mother civilization. Set that aside. The evidence does not need it, and the truth is more impressive than the fantasy. Because in a study published in the journal Scientific Reports, researchers took wood from one of these tablets and dated it directly. The tree it was carved from had been cut down between the years 1493 and 1509. That places the writing on the island at least 2 centuries before any European ever set foot there. And it points to the conclusion that the most isolated people on Earth invented a written script entirely on their own, with no one to copy and nothing to borrow. Think about what that requires. Writing was invented independently only a handful of times in the whole human story. And one of those sparks, it seems, happened on a patch of volcanic rock in the middle of the largest ocean on the planet, among the same people who carved the walking giants. A people that capable, that inventive, raises one more question that the textbooks have answered badly for a very long time. Were they ever really as alone as we have been told? Chapter 4. The DNA and the Inca Wall. On the southern coast of the island stands a wall that does not belong. At a ceremonial platform called Ahuvinapu, great slabs of basalt have been cut and fitted together with a precision that stops visitors in their tracks. The blocks are shaped to lock against one another so tightly that you cannot slide a knife blade into the seams. Anyone who has seen the famous stonework of the Inca in Peru, the impossible fitted walls of Sacsayhuamán above Cuzco, feels the same jolt of recognition standing at Vinapu. The two look like the work of the same hands. This resemblance is exactly what drove the explorer Thor Heyerdahl more than half a century ago to argue that the island had been settled from South America, that voyagers from the coast of Peru had carried their stonecraft across the sea. And here we have to be fair and precise, because Heyerdahl was wrong about the big claim. The genetic and linguistic evidence is clear that the islanders are Polynesian, that their ancestors came from the west, across the Pacific, not from the Andes. On the question of who settled the island, the mainstream is right and Heyerdahl is not. But here the story turns, because the contact he sensed was real, just not in the direction he imagined. In the year 2020, a team led by the geneticist Alexander Ioannidis published a study in the journal Nature that analyzed the genomes of more than 800 people from across the Pacific and the Americas. They found something that should not have been possible by the textbook map: Native American DNA woven into the Polynesian bloodline, entering the population around the year 1200. These two peoples, separated by thousands of miles of empty ocean, had met and mingled centuries before Columbus was born. And the islanders had long grown the sweet potato, a plant native to the Americas, calling it by a name, kumara, that echoes the words for it in South American tongues. The wall at Vinapu is not proof that Peruvians built the island, but the ocean between these worlds was not the wall we were told it was. Someone crossed it. And the last piece of the puzzle is the one the experts got most wrong of all. How many people did all of this? Chapter 5, the few who did the impossible. For decades, the story of this island was told as a tragedy of foolishness, and it became one of the most repeated cautionary tales in the modern world. The version goes like this. The islanders multiplied recklessly until they were tens of thousands strong. Then in their obsession with raising statues, they cut down every last tree, stripped the land bare, starved, fell into war, and destroyed themselves. It is a powerful story. It is told fairly and in full in textbooks and best-selling books, and as a parable about humanity and its appetites. It is almost too neat. And that neatness is the problem, because when researchers actually went looking for the evidence, it fell apart. A study published in the journal Science Advances, led by the archaeologist Dylan Davis with his colleagues Robert DiNapoli and the Rapa Nui researcher Gina Pacarati, set out to measure how many people the island could ever truly have fed. The islanders grew their crops in what are called rock gardens, plots mulched with broken volcanic stone that fertilized the soil and held its moisture, a genuinely ingenious piece of agricultural engineering. The team mapped these gardens across the whole island using shortwave infrared imaging from satellites and trained machine learning to find every last one. And the total came to only about 3/4 of a square kilometer, enough to sustain a population of around 3,000 people. Not tens of thousands, a few thousand, holding steady for centuries. There was no population explosion. There was no self-inflicted collapse. The people of this island were not reckless destroyers. They were careful, stable stewards of a hard and narrow land, and they kept their numbers in balance with what the rock and the rain would allow, which means the real arithmetic of this place is far stranger than the tale of ruin ever was. A community no larger than a small town, on the loneliest ground on earth, with no metal and no wheel, carved 887 giants, engineered them to walk, invented a written language, and reached across an ocean. The collapse, when it finally came from the outside. It came in the 1860s, when slave raiders from the South American coast carried off a large part of the population in chains, and the foreign ships left behind diseases the islanders had no defense against. The wonder did not destroy itself, it was taken. Chapter 6, What They Knew. So we are left standing among the giants, with the tidy answers gone. Not crude heads, but full buried bodies, decorated and sacred. Not dragged, but walked, by design. Not silent, but literate, in a script we still cannot read. Not isolated, but somehow touched by a world, an ocean away. Not a teeming, ruinous horde, but a few thousand careful hands. Every place the old story said this was simple. The stone says it was something more. We are not here to pretend the statues move by magic or that strangers from another world raised them. The truth needs none of that. The truth is that ordinary human beings, in the hardest and most isolated place people have ever made a home, did things that the official story has spent 2 centuries trying and failing to make ordinary. And the closer you look, the larger the gap becomes between what they achieved and what we are comfortable admitting they could. So I will hand the real question to you, because the experts have had their turn and the answer keeps changing. A few thousand people on the most remote land on Earth raised these giants and wrote a language and crossed an ocean, and we still cannot fully say how. What do you think these people knew that we have forgotten? Tell me in the comments, and do not soften it. The careful version has already been written, and the stone keeps outgrowing it. So I would rather hear the bold idea than the safe one. If a mystery like this is why you are here, subscribe and ring the bell, because next time we are crossing the water these islanders may have crossed, to a place where the stone tells a story even stranger than this one. Stand at the foot of a sandstone wall in central Queensland, and the carvings run past you in both directions, further than you can follow them. 15,000 of them, more markings than any other place in the state. And worked into that vast stone surface, set among the others 7 stars. The elders who hold this country read the wall as the 7 sisters, the cluster the rest of the world calls the Pleiades. And here is what the textbooks have no comfortable answer for. That same story, 7 sisters and the hunter who pursues them, is told on the far side of the planet by people who could not have met for tens of thousands of years. And one astronomer believes it may be the oldest story human beings have ever told. This is not a single curiosity in the outback. Across Queensland, the ground keeps offering up evidence of something far older and far more ordered than the history most of us were handed in school. And mainstream science has not finished explaining a piece of it. Tonight, the country that keeps rewriting its own past. Chapter 1, The 7 Stars. The work of recording that wall fell to a team from Griffith University, led by Professor Paul Tasson, who began in the spring of 2020, alongside the Inangai traditional owners, whose country this is. What they published 2 years later in the journal Australian Archaeology was not simply a count of carvings. It was a reading. Look closely at the 7 stars, and each one is more than a shape. Every one of them is carved around a central pit, drilled down into the rock, a deliberate eye at the heart of the design. Set together, they hold the pattern of a star cluster as it sits in the night sky. And they do not stand alone. 10 separate clusters of designs run the length of the shelter, laid out in order from south to north. And read in that order, they tell a single connected story. The Inangai elders recognize it at once. It is the journey of the 7 sisters pursued across the heavens, the same dreaming that surfaces in Aboriginal traditions clear across the continent. The name itself, Marawonga, means place of many stories, and it stands as one of only 4 rock art sites in all of Australia tied to a 7 sisters story. Now hold that beside something you can test for yourself tonight. Walk outside, find the Pleiades, and count. Almost everyone counts 6. Yet culture after culture, separated by whole oceans, insists there are 7 and names them sisters. That is not a small coincidence to wave away. The astronomer Ray Norris has offered an explanation as unsettling as it is precise. The stars themselves move. One of them, Pleione, sits so close to its neighbor Atlas today that to most eyes the two blur into a single point. But wind the sky slowly backward, and Pleione drifts clear into a seventh bright and separate light. To see Seven Sisters plainly, you would have to have looked up something like 100,000 years ago, which leads to the thought Norris cannot shake. If people on opposite sides of the earth tell the same story of seven sisters and a hunter, and the seventh star has not been easy to see since before our ancestors left Africa, then perhaps the story really is that old. Perhaps it was carried out in the memory of the first people to leave and told without a break ever since. The oldest surviving story of humankind, and a version of it cut into a wall in the Queensland outback. And yet, for all that the elders can read on that stone, no one can yet tell you when a single line of it was made. Chapter 2, The Footprints with 6 Toes. Cut into the floor of the shelter, where feet would actually fall, there is a scatter of human footprints, carved, not pressed, and several of them have 6 toes. A few have more. Type those words into the internet and you will be told quickly what they are supposed to mean. Visitors from elsewhere, a lost race of giants, proof at last of the thing the late-night documentaries keep circling. So it is worth saying plainly, that is not what these are. Across this region, a footprint with 6 toes is a known and recorded symbol, and its meaning is entirely human. It marks a great medicine man, a senior ancestor of real spiritual authority. The truth is quieter than the fantasy, and far more interesting, because it means the floor of this place was signed by and for people who knew exactly whose presence it honored. So we are left with a wall and a floor, dense with meaning, 111 stencils of hands and objects, long snakes cut to run across and through older carvings, stars, feet, a story told in 10 parts. And here the obvious question arrives, the one that ought to have a simple answer. How old is it? It does not have one. Marawonga has never been directly dated, and that is not carelessness. Carvings in stone are among the hardest things in all of archaeology to put a year to. There is no campfire in a line scratched into sandstone, no seed and no bone to carry a date. The rock itself was old long before the first hand ever touched it, and dating the rock tells you nothing at all about the carving. What the team has proposed instead is patient and quietly clever. Over some of the engravings, mud wasps have built their small, hard nests, and those nests hold material that can be carbon dated. Date the nest, and you have at least the latest possible age for the carving beneath it. That work is still ahead. For now, the wall keeps its age to itself. And here is where it grows stranger still. The 10 clusters were not made in one season or by one hand. They gathered slowly over what may have been a very long stretch of time, carving set beside carving. Yet read from south to north, they still hold their order, still tell the story in sequence, which means the story was held in living memory across generations of people who returned to this wall and added to it without ever breaking its thread. The narrative outlived everyone who ever carved a part of it. If a story can survive that, cut into stone, then what about the things that were never meant to survive at all? Chapter 3, Australia's Silk Road. Carry that question west, into the Channel Country, the vast braided desert of southwest Queensland. From the ground, it can look like nothing at all. Flat, red, scattered with stone. But send a drone up over one stretch of it, and the ground resolves into something no one was expecting. Pits, thousands upon thousands of them, dug into the stone across a single working ground. At one site alone, the count runs to around 25,000. Before we go further, it is only fair to set the standard picture out at its strongest. The accepted story of Aboriginal Australia is of a mobile people moving with the seasons across one of the harshest continents on Earth, and that is no insult. To read a land that vast and to live well in it for tens of thousands of years is a feat of knowledge that most of us could not begin to match. The picture is not wrong, it is only incomplete, because mobility does not build this. A team from the University of Queensland, working with the Mythica Aboriginal Corporation and led by Dr. Michael Westaway, mapped more than 170 quarry sites across some 33,800 square kilometers of Mythica country. These were not casual scrapes in the dirt. They were workings, returned to and dug deep, producing grindstones on an industrial scale. And those grindstones traveled. They moved along a web of exchange that ran from the Gulf of Carpentaria in the north all the way down to the Flinders Ranges in South Australia, traded for ochre, for stone axes, for wooden tools, and for pituri, a native plant prized as a stimulant. Westaway has a name for it. Australia's Silk Road. Stop and measure that for a moment. A trade route running most of the length of a continent, a span comparable to the distance from London to Rome, operated without the wheel, without writing, and without a single beast of burden to carry the load. And the age of the quarrying is not guesswork. At one site, luminescence dating places the work at least 2,100 years ago, which makes these among the only Aboriginal quarries anywhere to carry a direct date. This was not a people passing lightly over the surface of the land. The Mythica built and maintained systems to catch and hold water and fish. They stored food against lean times. They raised structures of stone. As the Mythica elder Tracy Huff put it, we weren't just nomadic beings wandering around the landscape lost. The evidence lifted out of that ground says she is plainly, measurably right. An industry like that leaves stone behind, and stone endures. But the most fragile proof of all was waiting in a shelter on Cape York, where by every ordinary rule it should long ago have rotted away to nothing. Chapter 4. The Threads That Should Not Exist. Here is a fact that quietly reshapes how we should read everything that has survived. More than 9 in 10 of the objects that Aboriginal people used in daily life were made not of stone, but of plant and animal material. String, fiber, bark, skin, and those materials do not last. Under almost every condition this continent offers, they are gone within a handful of years, and a century erases them completely, which means that nearly the entire material world of these cultures, the bags and the nets and the belts and the clothing, the soft things that people actually lived among, has simply vanished from the record. We study stone because stone is what remains, not because stone was ever the point. And then there is Windmill Way, a rock shelter in Rican country in the southeast of the Cape York Peninsula, excavated in 2022, with its findings published only this year. Inside it, the conditions had stayed dry and still for a very long time. And in that rare stillness, the things that always rot did not. Researchers recovered more than 500 fragments of plant fiber, string, and woven work. The oldest of them were made around 1,700 years ago. Read what those fragments were. Pieces of dilly bags, the carry bags used by everyone, young and old, nets, tassel belts, mourning necklaces worn in grief, and bundles of bark caught in the early stages of preparation, which tells us that this shelter was not merely a place where string was kept, it was a place where string was made. Then comes the detail that lingers. Across that whole span of 17 centuries, the structure of the string barely changes. The knots, the loops, the mesh made the same way at the end as at the beginning. A single technique held steady, parent to child, for longer than most nations on earth have existed. And on the walls above the fibers, painted in the Rican style, are women, wearing tassel belts, carrying dilly bags. The very objects found in the soil below, shown in use on the rock above, the art and the artifact, two records of one unbroken life, found at last in the same place. Each of these sites is a single lit window into one room of a very large house. Step back from them and take them all together, and the depth behind them becomes almost too great to hold. Chapter 5, How Deep It Goes. 65,000 years. That is how far back human occupation now reaches at a rock shelter called Medjedbebe in Arnhem Land, in a study published in the journal Nature. And it is not the age alone that startles. In the very oldest layers, the deepest and the earliest, the people had already left behind ground-edge hatchets and grinding stones, and prepared ochre, tools and techniques that other parts of the world would not arrive at for tens of thousands of years more. This is the flaw beneath everything else we have looked at, a presence on this land so ancient that it strains the imagination, and sophisticated from the very start. And the further you look, the more the old picture frays. In the south, at Buj Bim, the Gunditjmara people engineered a system of channels and stone traps to farm eels, and they kept it working for at least 6,600 years. That is older than the pyramids of Egypt, older than Stonehenge. It was granted World Heritage status, the first place in all of Australia listed for its Aboriginal cultural value alone. Far to the east, on the rivers of New South Wales, the Brewarina fish traps form one of the oldest built structures anywhere on Earth. None of this is the work of people merely passing through. Which brings us back to the Channel Country and to a question that is still open, even as you listen. After the quarries, Westaway and his colleagues turned to something the old written records had hinted at, but that archaeology had never once tested here. The possibility that the people of the Channel were not only gathering plants from the wild, but managing them, tending them. There are accounts from the 19th century describing what reads like flood-driven irrigation and the deliberate care of plant resources, practices that edge right up to the line we usually call farming. That research is underway right now. The results are not yet published. The answer is being lifted out of the ground even as these words are spoken. If it holds, then the oldest word in the whole story, the one that calls these people hunters and gatherers and nothing more, will have to be set down for good. So lay the windows side by side, the stars on the wall, the footprints no one can date, the desert trade routes, the string that outlived empires, the 65,000 years lying beneath them all, and ask what they amount to. Chapter 6, What the Ground Remembers. What they amount to is not a single lost city hidden under the sand, waiting on one dramatic reveal. It is something stranger and far more durable than that. A record written across stone and star and fiber and soil of people who watched the same sky that we watch, who moved goods across a continent, who held a single story so steady for so long that its beginning may lie before our own kind had even fully spread across the earth. We do not need visitors from other worlds to make any of this remarkable. The real account is the larger one, and it is the one that has been quietly set to the side. So this is the question to sit with tonight. If the people who carved that wall were tracking the very same 7 stars that the rest of the world was busy naming, then how far back does that story truly reach? And who was the very first to look up and tell it? Tell me what you think down in the comments. Do not hold back. The bolder the better, because the textbook has already given its careful answer, and that wall out in Queensland is still waiting for a better one. And if you want to keep walking this ground with me, subscribe and turn on the bell, because next time we follow the trail south to a place where the stones themselves seem to track the movement of the sun. Somewhere beneath a hill in eastern China, 1 million cubic meters of solid rock were carried out by hand, and not one fragment of it has ever been found. 24 chambers, some with ceilings rising 20 meters into the dark, were cut into the stone, their walls finished as smoothly as if they had been poured rather than carved. Archaeology has called this place a quarry, a tomb, a barracks, and a temple, and not one of those answers survives 5 minutes inside it. No spoil heap, no tools, no bodies, no name, anywhere in the long written memory of China, of a single soul who ever lifted a chisel here. Tonight, the underground world that history uncovered and still cannot explain. Chapter 1, The Marks of a Machine That Should Not Exist. Walk down into the largest of the chambers, the one the villagers emptied first when they thought they were only draining a fish pond, and the thing that stops you is not the scale of it. It is the walls. Every surface in these caverns, the soaring ceilings, the leaning pillars, the long downward sweep of each wall, is covered in the same marking. The stone is finished in bands, each one roughly 60 centimeters across, and inside every band there are fine parallel lines, chisel strokes laid down side by side. What unsettles the eye is not that the marks are there, it is that they are perfect. Every stroke sits at the same angle, cut to the same depth, spaced at the same distance from the one beside it, as if a single blade had been dragged across the rock by something that never tired and never wavered. A skilled hand can carve beautifully. No hand carves like this. When a person works stone with an iron chisel, the marks drift. The angle shifts as the arm tires. The depth changes as the worker moves. The rhythm wanders across a long day. Here, there is no drift at all. And the same flawless pattern repeats not in one chamber, but in all of them, across surfaces that, by the official account, were worked by different crews over many years. Look up, and it grows stranger still. The bands do not stop at the height a standing worker could comfortably reach. They climb the full sweep of the ceilings, the height of a 6-story building above your head, and they hold the same exact spacing and the same exact angle up there in places a person could only reach on scaffolding, working above their own face, unable even to see the whole pattern they were extending. To keep a decoration that precise across a wall at arm's length is remarkable. To keep it that precise across a ceiling lost in the dark overhead while balanced on timber is something else entirely. Now, the mainstream explanation deserves to be heard at its strongest because it is not foolish. The rock here is argillaceous siltstone, soft enough to cut with iron tools. And a large, well-organized workforce with enough time could, in principle, have hollowed these holes out by hand. That much is true, and we should grant it. The siltstone is workable. The labor was possible. But workable rock and a patient crew do not explain the one thing that matters most, the uniformity. A method that loose, many hands over many seasons produces variety. It produces the wobble of human effort. What covers these walls is the opposite of wobble. It is a signature so consistent that it points either to a single standardizing tool we have never identified, or to one controlling mind directing every stroke in every room to the same exacting rule. That is the first strangeness, and it is visible to anyone who stands inside. The marks are too regular to be the work we are told they are. And the moment you accept that, a harder question opens underneath it. To argue about the tool that made these marks, you first have to know when the marks were made, and that is where the official answer quietly comes apart. Chapter 2, the date nobody can actually prove. How do you put an age on a hole? This is the question almost every retelling of the Longyou caves gets wrong, and it is worth slowing down for, because once you see it clearly, you cannot unsee it. You will read, again and again, that these caverns are about 2,000 years old. That number is real, but it does not mean what people think it means. The age comes from pottery. When researchers examined the silt that had settled on the cavern floors, they found glazed clay vessels from the Western Han dynasty more than 2,000 years ago. From that, the date entered every book and every video. But think about what a buried pot actually tells you. It tells you when the pot arrived. It tells you that 2,000 years ago, someone was already down here, using these chambers, leaving things behind. It does not, and it cannot, tell you when the rock was cut. Here is the part that matters. You can date a piece of charcoal, a bone, a seed, a pot, because each of those things was alive or made at a moment in time. You cannot date the act of removing stone. Carving leaves no organic clock. The siltstone itself is millions of years old, far older than any civilization. So testing the rock tells you nothing about the hands that shaped it. The only dates we can ever recover are the dates of things left inside. And every one of those gives us a flaw, a minimum, a latest possible moment. It says the caves are at least this old. It is silent on how much older they might be. So the honest sentence, the one no other telling will give you, is this. The Longyou caves are at least 2,000 years old, and their true age, the moment a tool first bit into that stone, is simply unknown. They could be older, perhaps much older. We have been handed a floor and told it was a ceiling. And if we do not truly know when, then the next question only deepens the unease. Because whoever they were and whenever they worked, they did something with these chambers that should not have been possible at all. Chapter 3, Walls that Come Within Inches and Never Touch. Yang Hongxun, an archaeologist with the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences, looked at these caverns and pointed to a problem most visitors never notice. The chambers sit side by side underground, and the rock walls that separate one from the next are, in places, as thin as half a meter. Half a meter of stone, dividing two vast halls, and yet the walls run parallel and true, and not once does a digger break through from one chamber into another. Sit with how hard that is. These people were working blind, inside the rock, with no way to see the chamber being cut on the other side of the wall they were carving. A single misjudged stroke, a drift of a few degrees over 30 meters of depth, and two holes would have collided. It never happened. Survey the caverns today, and the walls hold their line within a couple of degrees. The floors lie level across spans wide enough to lose a house in. Researchers who studied the layout concluded that the builders followed a deliberate method of siting and alignment, a planning system, a way of measuring underground that kept 24 separate excavations in flawless register with one another. And here is where it gets stranger, because these were not rough excavations rushed out and abandoned. Whoever cut them was thinking about permanence. Inside the chambers, there are drainage channels and shallow troughs cut into the floors, and a kind of stone water trap, a system worked into the rock to gather rainfall and seepage and lead it away so the halls would stay dry. You do not engineer a drainage system for a quarry you intend to gut and walk away from. You build it for a place you mean to keep and to use for a very long time. The pillars tell the same story. Great tapered columns of the living rock were left standing in deliberate positions shaped to carry the weight of those enormous ceilings, and they have carried it, without collapse, for 2,000 years and more. This was not digging. This was architecture. Now, this is exactly the point where the wildest stories rush in, and we should deal with them honestly and then set them aside. You will hear that no ancient people could have done this, that it took machines we have lost, or visitors who were not human at all. We do not need any of that, and reaching for it actually weakens the real mystery. The evidence does not point to magic. It points to a surveying skill, a command of geometry and measurement underground that is genuinely advanced, attached to a people who left no name, no manual, and no explanation of how they knew what they knew. That is stranger than aliens, because it is real, and it is sitting in the rock waiting to be measured. But a plan that precise has a consequence, a physical one, and it is the consequence nobody can solve. To carve halls this large, you must remove an enormous quantity of stone. So where did all of it go? Chapter 4. The workforce with no footprint. We have already seen that the stone is gone, that a small mountain of rock was lifted out of this hillside and left no waste heap behind. But the missing rock is only half of the puzzle, and it is the smaller half. The harder question is not where the stone went. It is where the people went. Think about what it takes to cut 1 million cubic meters of rock by hand, even from workable siltstone. It is the labor of thousands of people across years and by some estimates across decades. A workforce that large does not drift through a valley like a breath of wind and leave it untouched. It has to live somewhere. It eats, it sleeps, it wears out and throws away its tools. It tramples the ground into the worn floor of a settlement. It leaves the ash of cooking fires and the graves of those who died during the long years of the work. A project on this scale should have stamped a whole small society into the land around it, and that footprint should still be readable today. And yet the hillside is bare of them. Generations of study have turned up no workers' camp, no kitchen middens, no cemetery, not one iron chisel worn down and discarded in the cutting. The halls themselves are immaculate, and the world around them is silent, as if the labor that hollowed them out was carried through to the end and then somehow unmade, every trace of the hands wiped from the record along with the rock they removed. The reasonable explanations deserve their hearing, so let us give it to them fairly. Perhaps the broken stone was crushed and carried off to build something else. River dikes, roads, the foundations of towns long since gone. Perhaps it was tipped into the Ku River and swept downstream over the centuries. These are sensible ideas, and one of them might even be true. But a sensible idea is not a discovery. In all this time, not one of those downstream structures has ever been found and matched to this site. Not one telltale deposit of Longyou siltstone has been traced to a single dike or wall. The rock did not just leave. It left no trail, and neither did the people who moved it. And that is a far stranger thing to account for than a simple empty room. And there is one last impossibility, quieter than the others, but in some ways the most haunting, because it has been examined by the very scientists who came here expecting to explain everything away. Chapter 5, the surfaces that refuse to age. The rock these halls are carved from has a flaw built into it. Argillaceous siltstone holds within it a clay that drinks water. When the air turns damp, that clay swells, and as it dries, it shrinks. And over years, this endless breathing cracks the stone, flakes its surface, and turns a once smooth wall to powder. This is not theory. It is what this rock does. It is why the engineers who study the caverns worry constantly about their slow decay, which makes what survives almost impossible to accept. The carved surfaces inside Longyou, the great worked faces of the walls, have stayed crack-free for 2,000 years and more. In a rock that should have crumbled, the chisel marks are still crisp, the bands still sharp, the geometry still readable. Scientists found this so unlikely that they wrote a dedicated study trying to work out how it could be, how a soft, water-hungry siltstone could be cut into thin walls and towering ceilings and then refuse to fall apart across 2 millennia. That is the detail that should change how you hear this whole story. This is not a mystery kept alive by enthusiasts on the internet. Teams of professional engineers and geologists have come to Longyou, mapped the stresses in the pillars, tested the rock, and spent more than a decade on it, and they leave with the same questions deepened rather than answered. The harder they look, the stranger it becomes. And in all of that vast, silent, immaculate underground world, there is exactly one human signature. In a single chamber carved into the rock, there is the image of a horse, a bird, and a fish. 3 small figures in tens of thousands of square meters of worked stone. Whoever did this left almost nothing of themselves. Just 3 animals and a question that has outlived them by 2,000 years. Chapter 6, what it all points to. So gather it up and hold it all at once. Walls finished by something that cut more evenly than any human hand, an age we can only measure from below, never knowing how far down the true date lies. 24 halls carved blind and kept in perfect alignment by a knowledge of measurement nobody can name. A small mountain of stone removed without leaving a grain of evidence behind. And surfaces that, by every law of the rock they are cut from, should long ago have turned to dust, and have not. Each of these on its own is a curiosity. Together, on one hillside, they describe something deliberate, masterful, and far older in spirit than the tidy 2,000-year label we have pinned to it. Somebody planned this. Somebody had the skill, the tools, and the will to move a mountain underground and then to disappear so completely that history itself does not remember they were ever here. We are not going to pretend to hand you the answer tonight, because the truth is that nobody has it. But you have now seen what the experts have seen, measured what they have measured, and you are every bit as entitled to wonder as they are. So here is the question I want to leave with you. After everything we have just walked through, the marks, the missing rock, the walls that never touch, what do you believe the Longyou caves were truly for? And who do you think had the skill to make them? Tell me down in the comments. Lay out your theory, and do not be shy with the bold ones, the careful and the wild alike, because the official story has run out of answers, and the stone is still asking. If you want to keep standing at the edge of mysteries like this one, subscribe and ring the bell and stay with me, because the next place we are going was sealed shut for a reason, and someone went to a great deal of trouble to make sure no one ever found a way back in. There is a single stone in the wall above Cusco that weighs more than a blue whale, and it was quarried, shaped, and lifted into place by people the textbooks insist had never invented the wheel. It has a dozen faces, no two of them alike, each one carved to wrap around its neighbors. So exactly that, in 500 years, no blade, no needle, no sheet of paper has ever found a way into the joint, and no mortar holds any of it together. Mainstream archaeology has spent a century trying to explain how, and its own experts still contradict one another. No iron tools, no written plan, no machine anywhere on Earth at the time that could raise such a weight. Tonight we stand before the stones that history still cannot account for. Chapter 1, What the Radar Found. For more than 400 years, the people of Cusco have told a story that serious scholars refused to take seriously. They said there were tunnels beneath the city. They said you could walk underground from the great fortress on the hill, all the way down to the Golden Temple at the heart of Cusco, a hidden road running through the dark beneath the streets. The Spanish chroniclers wrote it down. The grandmothers passed it on. And for 4 centuries, the official answer was the same: a legend, a folk tale, nothing more. Then, in January of 2025, the radar was switched on. A team of archaeologists working with ground-penetrating radar and acoustic prospecting carried their instruments across the esplanade of Sacsayhuamán and listened to what lay below. What they found was not a story. It was a passage. A worked tunnel running roughly 1,750 meters through the rock, linking Sacsayhuamán to the Coricancha, the very temple the old legends named, and branching off from it 3 more corridors, reaching out into the dark in directions no one had mapped. The thing the experts had dismissed for 400 years turned out to be real, and it had been waiting under their feet the whole time. Sit with that for a moment, because it tells you something about this place that matters more than any single measurement. At Sacsayhuamán, the stories the locals keep telling have a way of turning out to be true long after the authorities have stopped listening. And the ground had more to give. Just over a year later, in the spring of 2026, a second survey combined that same penetrating radar with aerial scanning from above, the kind that strips away vegetation and reads the shape of the land underneath. Around the fortress, the scan revealed buried roads, hidden terraces, the buried outlines of structures, an entire worked landscape that had simply vanished from view. The hill we thought we understood was far more built, far more organized, and far older in its layers than the postcard had ever suggested. This is the pattern you will see again and again as we climb. Every time the technology improves, every time a sharper instrument is turned on this place, Sacsayhuamán does not get simpler. It gets stranger. It gets bigger. The map keeps growing in the dark. And once you accept that the tunnels were real all along, you are left looking up at the walls on the surface with a very different question in your mind. If they could carve a road through solid rock beneath the city, what exactly were they capable of on the hill above it? Chapter 2, The Wall That Dances with the Earthquake. Here is something the perfect joints will not tell you at first glance. They were not cut that way to be admired, they were cut that way to survive. And to understand what that really means, you have to leave the stone for a moment and feel the ground it stands on. The Andes are earthquake country. The earth here does not rest. And when it moves beneath Cusco, it moves with a violence that has flattened the city again and again across its history. In the Great Quake of 1650, the churches and the fine houses the Spanish had raised came down in ruin. 3 centuries later, in 1950, the ground heaved once more, and again much of the modern city fell. Yet, through both catastrophes, and through every tremor in the long years between, the ancient walls beneath the rubble did not crack and did not fall. In Cusco, the newest stone is the most fragile, and the oldest is the most enduring. That is not luck. That is design. So look again at those mortarless interlocking faces, because every one of them is doing a hidden job. Each block is set leaning very slightly inward, so the whole wall tilts back toward the hill, rather than rising straight and proud. The line of the wall is not laid flat and level, but in a great repeating zigzag, angle folding into angle. And the stones are not glued in place. They are only fitted, which means that each one is still, in a sense, free to move. Now watch what happens when the earthquake comes. A rigid mortared wall is brittle. It splits along its joints and it collapses. But a wall like this one flexes. The loose, perfectly seated blocks lift and shift and grind against one another as the ground bucks beneath them. And then, the instant the shaking stops, gravity and that careful inward lean draw every stone back down into the one and only place it fits. The wall rides out the violence and settles back into itself, unbroken. It was built deliberately to move with the destruction and then to come home. Sit with what that requires. To build like this, you do not merely need patience and a strong back and a great many hands. You need to understand in advance exactly what an earthquake does to a standing wall, and then to engineer a wall that answers it. That is not the work of someone simply stacking heavy rocks until they reach a height. That is the work of an engineer, thinking in stone, who has quietly solved a problem that builders armed with steel and computers are still studying in our own century. And that only sharpens the question we keep circling. We can at least begin to imagine how a wall this clever was designed. What we still cannot explain is how its heaviest pieces, blocks that rival the weight of a whale, were ever carried up this mountain in the first place. For that, we have to walk to the quarry. Chapter 3, Moving the Unmovable. The honest place to begin is with the strongest case the mainstream can make, because it is a good case and it deserves to be heard fairly. A scholar named Jean-Pierre Protzen, working out of the University of California at Berkeley, spent years not theorizing about these stones, but actually going to the ancient quarries and trying it himself. He took hammerstones, simple cobbles of harder rock, quartzite and the like, weighing anywhere from a couple of 100 grams to several kilograms, and he pounded. He found that by striking the stone again and again, a mason could shape a block, and by setting one block against another and cutting to fit in a patient cycle of trial and error, you could achieve those famous joints. At the quarry of Rumicolca, he found the discarded blocks and the tool marks that matched his own experiments exactly. This is real, and it is important, and we should give it its full weight. The shaping of the stone, the carving, the fitting, much of it can be explained by skill, time, and an enormous supply of patient hands. The orthodox account is internally consistent, and anyone who tells you the Inca could not possibly have worked stone is simply wrong. They worked it superbly. But notice where the explanation does its best work and where it grows quiet. Pounding and fitting tells you how a block was shaped once it was already resting in the wall. It does not tell you how a mass of well over 100 tons was brought up the mountain to that wall to begin with. There was no wheel turning in the Andes. There was no draft animal strong enough to haul such a weight. The llama can carry a sack, not a megalith. And the ground between the quarries and the fortress is not a flat, plain, but broken, rising country. The mainstream answer is ramps, ropes, levers, and the muscle of thousands, perhaps. For the smaller stones, almost certainly. But stand before the largest blocks, the ones a grown man cannot reach the top of, and the ropes and ramps begin to feel like a sentence finished a little too quickly. The tools explain the chisel marks. They do not quite explain the giants, and they say nothing at all about who first chose this hill and shaped its first stones, long before the empire we credit ever rose. Because the ground under the fortress holds a date, and that date does not say Inca. Chapter 4, The Layer Beneath the Inca. In 2008, archaeologists working on the edge of the Sacsayhuamán complex uncovered something that complicated the tidy story. Not Inca, older. A temple with rooms, with ceramics, with an irrigation system and a roadway, and when the organic material from those early layers was carbon dated, the dates came back to around the year 1100. That is well over a century. In places closer to 3 centuries before the Inca Empire we read about in the chronicles ever took shape. The people who left those traces have a name. We call them the Quilchi. They lived in the valley of Cusco from roughly 900 to 1200, and they were here, building, long before the famous emperors arrived. For years, the Quilchi were treated as a minor footnote, a simple people who happened to occupy the ground before the main event. But the evidence keeps insisting they were more than that. The foundations were already being laid when the Inca, by their own reckoning, were still a small people newly come into the valley. This is the quiet heart of the whole mystery, and it asks us to set something aside. There is a version of Sacsayhuamán you will have heard, the version where the only possible explanation is visitors from the stars, a landing place for craft from beyond the world. We do not need it. We do not need to leave the earth at all. Because sitting right here in the soil, dateable, real, and human, is a culture that was working this hill before the Inca, and a building tradition in this same valley that runs deeper in time than the empire that gets all the credit. And the Quilchi were not alone in the Andes. Far to the south, by the shores of Lake Titicaca, stand the ruins of Tiwanaku and the shattered precision of Puma Punku, stone-cut and fitted with a control that rivals anything at Cusco, and built by a people who flourished and faded long before the Inca rose. The idea of an older, masterful Andean builder is not a fantasy. It is an address you can travel to. So if the hands that shaped the first stones here were older hands, is it possible the Inca themselves remembered as much? As it turns out, they told us exactly that. We simply filed it under myth. Chapter 5, the names the Inca gave the builders. When the Spanish came, they did something useful, almost by accident. They wrote down what the Inca told them. And again, in those early colonial pages, the Inca spoke of a time before their own, an age when the great works were raised, not by them, but by those who came before. One of the chroniclers who walked these very walls, Pedro Sancho, a secretary to Francisco Pizarro, set down his astonishment at the size of the stones and the perfection of their fitting, describing a fortress so vast he doubted his readers would believe him. At the center of the Inca memory stands a figure named Viracocha. He was their creator, the maker of the sun and the moon and the stars. But he was also remembered as something more particular than a god of the sky. He was a teacher. He and his companions were said to have moved among the people in a distant age, bringing knowledge, bringing craft, bringing the skills of working stone and raising walls. And when the Inca looked upon the oldest and greatest structures, they did not always claim them. Some they attributed to that earlier time, to the age of Viracocha and the ones who walked with him. Now, we keep the honest line here. Around these memories grew wilder tales of a race of giants who set the stones, of a secret plant whose juice could soften rock until it ran like clay. These are legends, and we hold them as legends, beautiful and telling, but not evidence. Yet strip the folklore away and a stubborn core remains. The people closest to these walls, the people who maintained them and worshipped among them, did not consistently say, "We built this." They said this was old when we found it. They said it came from before. Set that beside what the ground has been telling us. A pre-Inca culture dated by carbon to the years before the empire. A building tradition in the same mountains older than the Inca by centuries. Tunnels that the locals always insisted were real and that the radar has now found. The oral history and the archaeology are not contradicting each other. They are quietly and from two different directions pointing back to the same vanished time. Chapter 6, look how much points this way. So let us gather it up, here at the top of the hill, and simply look at how much points the same way. Walls that survived the earthquakes that flattened the empire which conquered their builders, joints so precise and so cleverly engineered that they were designed deliberately to outlast the moving earth. Stones heavier than a blue whale that the finest experiments can teach us to shape but cannot fully teach us to move. A datable people beneath the Inca who were building here first. A sister tradition by the Great Lake to the south that mastered stone before the empire was born. And tunnels, dismissed for 4 centuries as a fairy tale that the radar has just dragged into the light. None of this requires us to believe anything fantastic. It does not need lost continents or visitors from the sky. It needs only that we look honestly at the evidence and admit a simple thing that mainstream history has been slow to say out loud. We do not fully know who first shaped this place, or how, or when. The official story has gaps you can see with your own eyes, gaps wide enough to walk a tunnel through. And every new instrument we point at this hill makes those gaps wider, not narrower. That is the strange gift of Sacsayhuamán. It does not hand you an answer. It hands you a better question, and it trusts you to carry it. The Inca raised an empire here, of that there is no doubt. But the first stones, the oldest layer, the deepest roots of this place, were already old when they arrived. So I will leave the real question with you, because you have now seen what the walls say, what the dates say, what the chronicles say, and what the radar found. Who shaped the first stones of Sacsayhuamán? The people the textbooks name, or hands that were already ancient when the Inca climbed this hill? Tell me in the comments. And do not be shy with the bold ideas, because this place has kept its secret for centuries, and the sharpest thinking about it has rarely come from the official line. If you want to follow the trail south, to the lake where the older builders left their own impossible stones, subscribe and ring the bell, and in the next video, we will stand in the ruins of Puma Punku and ask the same question all over again. Until then, keep looking up at the old walls. They are still standing, they are still waiting, and they are still, after 500 years, not finished telling us what they are.
History says this entire city was built in 18 years. 1 king, 1 short reign, 1 rock rising 200 meters above the jungle of Sri Lanka, its flat summit crowded with palaces, pools, and water that still moves on its own after 1,500 years. The story is clean and confident and almost certainly wrong, because beneath that king city, in the rock he is said to have been the first to ever touch, lie the traces of people who lived here 5,000 years before him. So who truly built the city in the sky? The chronicle answers for the king. The stone has never answered at all. Chapter 1, A City Lifted Onto the Sky. Begin at the bottom of the rock they call Saqqara, where 2 enormous paws of carved stone rest on a terrace, their claws as tall as a grown person. They are all that remains of a gateway that once rose in the shape of a crouching lion, a structure so large that the stairway to the summit climbed up through its open mouth. From the surviving paws, those who study the site estimate the lion stood around 35 meters tall and stretched some 21 meters across the face of the rock. The chronicle this island kept for century after century does not even call this place a fortress. It calls it Sacsayhuamán, the Lion Rock. Now turn and look up, and the real weight of it arrives. To build the city on that summit, the workers carried up brick by the million. They carried up cut stone for the steps and the paths, including blocks of a milky white stone that is found nowhere in the surrounding country, stone whose true source the archaeologists still cannot name. They carried up clay and timber and tile, all of it to the top of a column of granite that even today, with a steel staircase bolted to its side, takes a fit visitor the better part of 2 hours to climb. Here we should be fair to the people who study this place for a living, because their account is not a foolish one. Skilled labor, in great numbers, organized under a determined king, can move astonishing quantities of material, ramps of earth and timber, ropes and baskets, and the long climb through the Lion Gateway would have carried much of the load. The mainstream story is internally consistent, and we will not pretend that it is not. But granted its full strength, and a gap still opens. Into a single short reign, we are asked to fit the quarrying, the hauling, the laying of a whole city of brick on an unclimbable rock, the cutting and lifting of white stone dragged from somewhere nobody has ever located, and a sculpted lion taller than a 10-story building. That is not the patient work of centuries. That is one human lifetime, and a short one at that. There is a wilder answer, and you have heard it, that the stone was floated up by some lost machine, lifted into place by the flying craft of the gods. We can set that one aside tonight because we simply do not need it. The honest puzzle, the labor, and the timeline, and the white stone from nowhere is strange enough standing on its own. And carrying the material up was only the first impossible task they faced. The second was water. And what they did with it on the top of this rock is harder to explain than the climb. Chapter 2, Water that refuses to stop. We said the water still moves on its own. Stand in the gardens at the base of the rock in the season of heavy rain, and you can see exactly what that means. Shallow fountains begin to rise, jets of water lifting into the air from carved stone discs set flush into the ground, and no one has touched a thing. There is no pump anywhere on the site, and there never was. These are widely held to be among the oldest working fountains anywhere on Earth, and the real question is not whether they work, but how a thing this old can still obey its makers so perfectly. To see why that is so remarkable, hold one true fact in your mind. Water under pressure seeks its own level. If you carry water down from a height through a sealed channel and then let it rise again through a narrow opening, it will climb back toward the height it fell from, with no engine and no moving part, driven only by gravity and the weight of the water pressing behind it. The builders of this place understood that completely. They gathered the rains in reservoirs set above the gardens, ran the water through conduits buried beneath the lawns, and shaped the opening so the pressure drove the jets upward into the air. It is a closed argument written in stone and water, and it has never once stopped obeying its own logic. The garden fountains, though, are only the part you can see. The harder problem sat at the very top. A bare rock summit has nowhere to keep water. Rain that falls on it runs straight off the edge and is gone. And yet the people who lived up there had pools and tanks and a great cistern cut down into the solid granite of the summit itself, holding water through the long, dry months when the plains below turned to dust. That meant a system that did not merely move water sideways through a garden, but lifted it, stored it, and kept it on the very crown of the rock, high above the plain in the open air. The channels that carried the overflow were cut down the sheer face in places where there is no ledge for a person to stand and work. The drainage beneath the tanks was shaped so they would not burst in the monsoon and would not run dry in the drought. This is not decoration. This is engineering of a kind that a modern designer would be pleased to put their name to. And a system this refined does not appear out of nothing, complete and fully formed in the reign of one anxious king. So when did people first begin to shape this rock at all? The official answer is a single century and a single ruler. The ground tells a far older story, and it is time we dug into it. Chapter 3, Older than the King. So let us prove it, because a claim this large deserves more than to be asserted. Start with what that famous 5th century date actually rests on, because it is not what most people assume. It rests on 2 things. The first is the great chronicle of the island, which records that the king named Kashyapa took the throne, raised his stronghold on the rock, and died there. The second is the writing left by later visitors on the rock itself, which can be dated by the very shapes of its letters. Both are real and both are valuable. But look closely at what they actually date. They date a king and they date the admirers who came after him. They fix the moment Sigiriya became a royal capital. They say nothing at all about when the first human hand was laid upon the rock. For that, you have to read the ground instead. And the ground has already been read. Just to the east of the great rock stands a smaller outcrop called Alegala, and in the shelter beneath it, archaeologists have uncovered the traces of people living here around 5,000 years ago, in the long age before metal, when the tools were still chipped from stone. Among the boulders that ring the base of the rock, there are caves with smoothed ledges and worn inscriptions, shelters lived in by holy men for centuries before Kashyapa was ever born. This is not legend, and it is not the fringe. It is excavated and dated and accepted even by the most cautious of historians. So here is the contradiction. The official story cannot quite dissolve. The careful account allows that these early people sheltered here and worshipped here and nothing more, yet stand on the summit among the cisterns and the cut stone and the lifted water, and a harder thought begins to press in. If this rock was known and lived upon and shaped by human hands for thousands of years before any chronicle was ever written, then how much of what we hand to one king in one short reign was already waiting for him when he climbed it? How much did he truly raise, and how much did he simply seize and rename and fold into his own story? That is a question the dates alone can never close, but there is one more witness we have not yet called, and it is the strangest of them all, because the people who came to this rock did not only leave their tools and their shelters behind them. Some of them left their words scratched into a wall that still holds them to this day, telling us in their own plain voices exactly what they believed this place to be. Chapter 4, The Wall That Remembers. Along one flank of the rock runs a wall once polished to such a sheen that it was called the mirror wall, plastered and burnished until a person could catch their own face in it. And across that bright surface, for more than 1,000 years, the people who climbed Sigiriya did something deeply human. They wrote on it, they scratched in their verses their names, their confessions, their wonder at the painted women on the rock above them, their longing, their small boasts, and their quiet note that they too had stood in this place and looked out across the green plain. More than 600 of these verses have now been read and set down by scholars. They are written in an early form of the island's own language, and they are counted among the oldest surviving secular poetry anywhere on earth, the everyday words of ordinary travelers rather than the prayers of priests or the decrees of kings. This is real, and it is firm ground beneath our feet. It is verifiable, it is published, and it is not in dispute. And it tells us that for 1 century after another, people came to this rock already certain that they were standing somewhere truly extraordinary. Now, here is where we have to be careful and plain, because this is exactly where the firm ground ends and belief begins, and you deserve to know precisely where that line falls. Alongside the recorded verses, there runs an older tradition carried in the epics and argued again in our own time by writers of this island that the rock is far more than the seat of one medieval king. In that telling, Sigiriya is Alakayamandava, a city of the gods bound to a lord of wealth and to his half-brother, the great king of the island Ravana, and raised not in 18 years, but across the deep reaches of time. That last part is tradition and not proven history, and we will not dress it up as fact. But notice how the two layers quietly agree on the one thing that truly matters. The poetry on the wall which we can prove, and the legend in the epics which we cannot, both insist on the same point, that Sigiriya was old and revered and astonishing, long before and long after any single reign. And the legend keeps returning to a stranger claim than that the first builders here were not only ancient, but in some way other than us. And the rock itself seems to remember it, because it is named for one creature and shaped in one quiet corner like another. Chapter 5. The Lion and the Serpent. Among the boulders at the base of the rock stands one shaped like nothing else on the site, a great overhang of stone curved and flared along its lip, exactly like the raised hood of a cobra about to strike. It is known as the Cobra Hood Cave, and beneath its sheltering ledge there is an old inscription, older than the king city above. To the people of this island, the serpent is not a monster. Their oldest traditions speak of the Naga, a race of serpent people said to have lived here in the deep past, and this rock, shaped like a cobra's hood, was woven into those stories long ago. You may have heard a bolder claim made about Sigiriya, that the carved feet at the great gateway are not a lion's feet at all, but the three-toed feet of a reptile offered as proof of a lizard race of kings. We should set that one down gently because it does not survive a close look. The feet belong to the lion, the very same lion that gives the whole rock its name in the island's oldest chronicle. To call them reptilian is to hand the doubters an easy victory, and we have no need to. The serpent is genuinely present here, in the Cobra Hood Cave and in the Naga traditions, and it stands perfectly well on its own without any help. That is the version worth keeping, because it is the version that is actually true. So set the pieces down, side by side. A lion at the gate, vast enough to swallow a stairway whole. A cobra shaped by nature and named by memory, sheltering writing older than the king. Painted women high on a golden rock. Verses 1,000 years deep, scratched into a mirror of stone. And beneath all of it, a city raised on an unclimbable summit with water that still climbs the air by itself. Step back from the single rock and simply look at how much of this points the same way. Chapter 6. What the rock will not answer. We are left in the end with the rock and with its silence. The story we are given is a clean one, a single determined ruler with a kingdom's worth of hands at his command, raised the city in the sky, mastered its water, and carved its lion all within the span of one reign. And perhaps that is the truth of it. It would make him one of the great builders of the ancient world. And that alone would be a story well worth the telling. But the ground beneath him was old before he ever came to it. People sheltered on this rock 5,000 years ago. The water system is the work of a mind we would still respect today. The wall remembers 1,000 years of wonder. And the oldest stories of the island do not speak of a fortress at all, but of a city of the gods, and of a king whose people, they say, came down out of the sky. So I will leave the question with you because the stone itself will not settle it for us. If one fugitive king truly did all of this in a single short reign, then where did the skill come from, arriving complete and fully formed with nothing at all leading up to it? And if he did not, then who was here first and what did they build on the rock that we now call Sigiriya? Tell me what you believe in the comments below. Lay out your own theory and do not be shy with the bold ones, because the careful official answer has already had its turn, and there is clearly far more of this story still buried in the rock. And if you would like to climb the next lost place alongside us, subscribe and ring the bell and stay close, because soon we follow this same legend across the water to the ancient line of stone that is said to join this island to the mainland, the one they call Rama's Bridge.
Hundreds of giant stone jars lie scattered through the jungles of central Sulawesi, each one carved from a single block of stone, and some of them weighing several tons. A few stand taller than a grown man. Others are almost solid rock, hollowed only at the rim, and once sealed under lids so heavy that a single person cannot move them, and carved with animals that do not live anywhere on the island. And then the same impossible vessels appear again, almost 2,000 miles away, in the hills of Laos, and again more than 2,000 miles beyond that, in the forests of northeast India. Three lands that, as far as recorded history knows, never met. No settlement standing beside them, no grave of the people who built them. Tonight we follow these jars across a quarter of the planet, toward the one question even the experts admit they still cannot answer. Who made them and why? Chapter 1, the same jar in three forests. In the year 2020, a survey team pushed deep into the forested hills of Dima Hasao in the far northeast of India, into country so remote and so thickly wooded that almost no one ever goes there. They were not expecting a great deal. What they found, half swallowed by the forest floor, were giant jars of carved sandstone. 65 of them, across 4 sites that no record had ever mentioned. Some stood tall and cylindrical. Others lay sunk into the earth, with only their rims breaking the surface. And they were, in nearly every way that mattered, the same as the jars 800 miles away in Laos, and the same again as the jars thousands of miles away in Sulawesi. Now, a careful mind should pause here, and the researchers themselves did. A jar is a simple shape. People in different corners of the world have hollowed stone for water, for grain, and for the dead, without ever needing to teach one another. Two distant cultures arriving at the same idea is not, on its own, a mystery. It is often just one of the things human beings do. That skeptical explanation deserves to be stated at its strongest, and it is a strong one. And yet, the people who study these jars for a living are the very ones who will not let the coincidence go. The same team that surveyed the Indian sites went on the record describing the spread of these jars across 3 countries as a single archaeological phenomenon, a pattern that hints at some cultural relationship binding the 3 regions together. As Nicholas Scopel, one of the researchers, put it, they still do not know who made the giant jars or where those people lived. It is all, in his words, a bit of a mystery, and they have barely scratched the surface. And then there are the lids. This is the detail that turns a shrug into a question. The jars in Indonesia were once capped with heavy stone covers, and so were the jars in Laos. And some of those covers are not plain. They carry carvings, animals raised out of the stone. And when researchers set the creatures carved onto the lids in one country beside those carved a continent away, they do not look like the work of strangers who simply happened upon the same idea. They look related. That is the very comparison the Indian team has said still needs to be done, country by country, carving by carving. The work is not finished, but the resemblance is already there, in plain sight. Which leaves us holding a harder question than the shape of a jar. If these three places really are speaking to one another across thousands of miles of ocean and mountain, then how old is that conversation? And here, the ground beneath the jars gives an answer that only deepens the mystery. Chapter 2, the date in the soil. For a long time, the jars of Laos were thought to be relatively young, creations of the Iron Age, perhaps 2,000 years old. Then, in 2021, a team of researchers published a study that pushed that date back. And the way they did it is worth understanding because it sits at the very heart of why these jars are so hard to explain. You cannot, whatever you might assume, simply date a block of stone. Carving does not start a clock. A jar cut from rock that formed millions of years ago is, as far as the rock itself is concerned, millions of years old. And that tells you nothing about the hands that shaped it. So the researchers reached for a quieter and far cleverer method. It is called optically stimulated luminescence. And what it measures is light, or rather the absence of it. Grains of quartz buried in the soil slowly soak up a faint natural radiation from the ground around them, and they hold it like a charge for as long as they stay in the dark. The instant they are exposed to sunlight, that stored charge is wiped clean. So if you dig down beneath one of these jars, into the soil the jar has been pressing upon since the day it was set in place, and you measure how much charge those buried grains have gathered, you are measuring one very specific thing: the last time that ground saw the sun. The last time a human being stood there, dug into the earth, and lowered a jar onto it. When they ran that measurement at the plane of jars, the answer came back older than anyone had expected. The jars had been placed on that landscape more than 3,000 years ago. And here is the strange part, the part that should make you sit up. The human remains found buried at those very same jars are far younger. Bones and charcoal from the burials cluster more than 1,000 years after the jars were set down, in what we would call the 9th through the 13th centuries AD. The people we find at the jars are not the people who made them. They are guests in someone else's monument, laying their dead beside stones that were already ancient when they arrived, stones whose makers they very likely could not name either. So we can date the soil, we can date the bones. The one thing we cannot date, the one thing that slips through every method we own, is the maker. And that silence grows louder the moment you ask the simplest physical question of all: how did these things get here? Chapter 3, the stone that came from elsewhere. Stand beside one of these jars and ask the question a child would ask: where did the rock come from? It sounds simple. It is not. At several of these sites, the stone the jars are carved from is not the stone of the ground they stand on. It was brought there, hauled from a quarry that in some cases lies miles away, across exactly the kind of country that punishes anyone trying to move weight through it. Broken ground, dense forest, rivers to cross, slopes that climb. A single one of these vessels can weigh as much as several cars. There are hundreds of them in Sulawesi alone, hundreds more in Laos, and the newly found sites lie so deep in highland forest that in parts of Laos, the surveyors shared the ground with tigers. No road, no wheel that we know of, no draft animal recorded for the work. And yet the jars are there, on the ridges and the hilltops, in exactly the places that are hardest to drag them to. It is here that the temptation arrives, and it is worth meeting head on. Somewhere along the way, the idea takes hold that the only possible answer must be a lost machine, some forgotten technology that softened stone like clay, or lifted it without effort. And it is an understandable thought. But we do not need to invent a machine in order to be astonished, and inventing one actually robs the mystery of its real weight. There is no trace of such a device anywhere, and there is no need for one either. What the evidence asks us to accept is, in its own way, more impressive. Large numbers of people, organized, fed, and directed with great skill, moving enormous stone across hostile land for reasons they judged worth the cost. That is the harder fact to sit with. Not a magic tool, but a vanished workforce. And that is where the second strangeness waits. Because when the surveyors looked, in the new forests of Laos and in the hills of India, for the villages of that workforce, for the homes, the hearths, the rubbish heaps that people always leave behind them. They did not find them. Monuments that would have cost a small population years of labor, standing in places where there is almost no sign that any such population ever lived, which raises a thought stranger than any machine. Perhaps the people who could explain all of this are not entirely silent after all. Perhaps they left an answer not in stone, but in what they told their children. And what they said turns out to be the same in 3 separate corners of the world. Chapter 4, The People Who Came Before. In the 1930s, a young Englishwoman named Ursula Graham Bauer went to live among the Zemi Naga in those same forested hills of northeast India where, decades later, the 65 jars would finally be recorded. She listened to what the Zemi told her about the great stone vessels in their land. They did not claim the jars as their own. They said the jars had been made by another people entirely, a vanished people they called the Siami, who had carved them for their dead and who were long gone. Now hold that beside what the people of the Bada Valley in Indonesia have said for as long as anyone has thought to ask them. They bring offerings to the old statues that stand among their fields. They ask them for rain and for good harvests, and yet they will tell you without hesitation that they did not carve them. The statues and the jars were already standing, they say, long before their own ancestors ever settled that valley. And in Laos, the same memory takes the shape of a story. The people there speak of a race of giants who once ruled the land, led by a king named Kun Cheong, who won a great war and called for vessels of stone to be made, jars large enough for giants to drink from in their victory. Strip away the giants, and what remains underneath is the same admission, worn smooth by time. These were not made by us. They were made by someone older, someone greater, someone gone. One culture, forgetting who built the monuments in its own backyard, is ordinary. Memory is short, and a few centuries can swallow almost anything. But 3 cultures, separated by thousands of miles of sea and mountain, with no record of ever having met, all reaching for the very same explanation. That is not so easily waved away. Each of them, in its own language, points back over its shoulder at a people who came before. And if we cannot find those people in the jars, there may be one last place to look. Not in the vessels at all, but in the faces carved beside them. Chapter 5. The same hands everywhere. Among the jars of the Bada Valley stand the statues, strange figures with great rounded heads, bodies narrowed almost to pillars, no legs at all, and their hands brought together at the center of the body, resting low, as though guarding something. It is an odd posture, and it is an odd posture that, once you have noticed it, you begin to see in places where it has no business being. Far across the Pacific, the great stone figures of Easter Island hold their hands in just that way, low on the belly, fingertips nearly meeting. In the highlands of Colombia, the carved guardians of San Agustin do something close to it. And then, at the very edge of what we are able to date at all, in the hills of southern Turkey, the oldest human statues anyone has ever found do it too. The figure from Karahan Tepe, carved perhaps 11,000 years ago, and the one we call the Urfa man, older still at around 11,500 years, the oldest life-sized image of a human being known to exist, both bring their hands to the very same place on the body. Now, we should be honest about what this is and what it is not. The human body is universal, and the human hand falls naturally to only a few resting places. People who never met can carve a similar pose for no reason deeper than that they share the same anatomy. This is not proof of a single lost civilization spread across the earth, and anyone who tells you that it is has run out ahead of the evidence. But it is worth sitting with, all the same. Of all the postures a maker might have chosen, why this one? Why here and here and here, across oceans and across thousands of years? We have followed the jars from 3 forests, down into the soil, across the impossible roads, and back through the memory of 3 peoples. It is time now to gather up what we have. Chapter 6, What the Stone Will Not Say. So let us lay it out, quietly, one last time. The same vessel of carved stone, standing in 3 lands that history says never met, scattered across 4,000 miles of ocean and mountain. Ground beneath them that can be dated, bones within them that can be dated, and makers who slip clean through every method we own. Stone hauled from distant quarries across country that should have made the task impossible, set down in places where no village was ever found. And 3 separate peoples, in 3 separate tongues, all telling the same quiet story. We did not make these, they were already here. None of this asks us to believe in magic or in machines that never left a trace. It asks only that we admit the very thing the careful, the patient, and the credentialed have been admitting all along. They do not know. The gap is real, and you did not have to take anyone's word for it. You watched it open, fact by fact, across this whole journey. So here is where we leave it, with you. 3 cultures, 4,000 miles apart, each insisting that someone older and greater came before them and left these jars behind. Who were they? Not the careful answer that has had 100 years to arrive and still has not come. Your answer? Tell us down in the comments what you believe was carving stone on 3 continents before the people who remember them ever arrived. And do not soften it. The bold ideas are the ones worth reading. And if you have walked with us this far, then stay a while longer. Follow along and turn on the bell so that the next time we go looking for something history has misplaced, you will be there when we find it. There is a place not far from these jars where the stones are older still. But that is a story for another night. There is a city in the rice lands of southern China that was built 5,000 years ago. And for most of those 5,000 years, no one knew it had ever existed. Its people moved Earth on a scale that would not be matched in the region for thousands of years, ringing their capital with massive walls and taming the rivers with the oldest great waterworks ever found in the world. They carved jade so hard that even modern steel struggles to cut it into objects of breathtaking precision. And onto the finest of them, they pressed the same haunting face again and again, a god whose name we will never know. Then their entire world vanished beneath the mud, so completely that it would force historians to rewrite the very beginning of Chinese civilization. Tonight, Liangzhu, the lost civilization that came 1,000 years too early. Chapter 1, the city built on water. The story unfolds in the low, wet, green country of the Yangtze River Delta, not far from the modern city of Hangzhou, a land of lakes and marshes and endless paddies. It was here, more than 5,000 years ago, that a people we now call the Liangzhu culture built something that the textbook said should not have been possible so early in this part of the world. They built a true city, and around it an engineering project of almost unbelievable ambition. At the center stood Liangzhu city itself, its inner core enclosed by enormous earthen walls, in places dozens of meters wide at the base, raising a great platform above the floodwaters on which palaces and temples stood. To build it, the people moved a quantity of earth and stone that is difficult even to imagine for a society without metal tools or written records as we know them. But the walls were only the heart of it. Spreading out beyond the city, archaeologists have traced a vast and sophisticated system of dams, levees, and reservoirs, a network built to hold back the seasonal floods of the rivers and to store water through the dry months. This water control system is now recognized as one of the oldest large-scale waterworks anywhere on Earth, raised more than 5,000 years ago by a people whose existence was a secret until our own grandparents' time. The scale of it is hard to take in. The dams and embankments stretched for kilometers across the landscape, holding back the hill streams in high reservoirs and channeling the flow around the city, protecting the fields from flood in the wet season and storing precious water for the dry. To raise these barriers, the Liangzhu hauled vast quantities of earth and in clever fashion wrapped bundles of marsh grass around the clay to bind it and keep it from washing away, an engineering trick that has let some of these embankments survive for 5,000 years. This was not a single dam thrown up in a season. It was a planned, integrated system, conceived as a whole, the work of a society that could see far into the future and command enough hands to build for it. To plan it, to organize the thousands of laborers it required, to feed them and direct them across years of construction, demanded a society with leaders, with authority, with the power to command. The people who tamed this water left almost no words that we can read. But they left something else, something that should not have been possible to make at all, a stone harder than iron, carved as if by a will that would not be denied. Chapter 2, The Jade That Defies the Tools. The Longyou people are, above all, masters of jade. And to understand why that is astonishing, you have to understand the stone itself. Jade is not like marble or limestone, soft stones that yield to a chisel. Jade is ferociously hard and tough, so hard that you cannot simply carve it. A blade drawn across it will not cut it. And the Longyou had no metal tools at all, no bronze, no iron, nothing but stone, bone, wood, and their own patience. And yet they produced jade objects of a refinement that can stop you in your tracks. They made discs, which we call bai, smooth and perfectly round. They made axes of ceremony far too fine ever to be used in anger. And above all, they made the kong, a remarkable object shaped as a square tube around a circular hole, its corners rising in tiers, an object whose exact meaning is still argued over, but whose form is unmistakable, found in grave after grave. To shape these things, the Longyou craftsmen could not cut the jade. Instead, they wore it away, grinding it for untold hours with wet sand and abrasive powders, slowly, patiently abrading the impossibly hard stone into precise geometric forms, and then covering its surface with carvings finer than a hair. No one is entirely certain what the kong was for, and that uncertainty is part of its spell. Its shape, a circle within a square, has tempted many to see in it some ancient idea of the heavens and the earth, the round sky enclosed in the square of the world, though we cannot prove what was in the minds that made it. What we can say is that these objects were precious almost beyond measure, reserved for the most powerful, and laid in their tombs in great numbers, the finest graves holding dozens of jades arranged with care around the body, the poorest holding none at all. The labor locked inside a single fine kong is staggering, perhaps months of a skilled craftsman's life for one object. That alone tells us something profound about this society. Only a people with surplus, with specialists freed from farming, with an elite wealthy and powerful enough to demand such treasures and take them into their tombs, could produce work like this. These were not simple villagers. And on the most precious of their jades, beneath the patient grinding and the fine incised lines, the same extraordinary image appears over and over, a face that stares out at us across 5,000 years, a face that no one can name. Chapter 3, The God with No Name. Look closely at the finest Longyou jades, and you begin to see it, hidden in the dense decoration, sometimes shrunk so small it can barely be made out by the naked eye. It is a combined image, two beings fused into one design. Above, there is a figure that seems human, wearing an enormous feathered headdress, its arms reaching down. Below, gripped beneath it, there is a beast, a monstrous face with great round staring eyes and a wide fanged mouth. Scholars call it the man and beast motif, or the god mask, and once you have learned to find it, you see it everywhere in their sacred art. What is astonishing is not just the image itself, but its consistency. This same complex design, this same fusion of the feathered figure and the staring beast, appears again and again across the whole territory of the Longyou world, carved by different hands over many generations, yet holding to the same form with remarkable discipline. That is not the mark of casual decoration. That is the mark of a shared religion, A single powerful belief system understood across an entire society, with rules about how the sacred figure must be shown. Someone was enforcing that consistency. Someone was teaching it. A face repeated so faithfully across so wide a land for so long belongs to a civilization with priests to guard its meaning and rulers to command its making, with a unified ideology binding thousands of people into one community of belief. And that is precisely the thing that the traditional story of early China said did not yet exist in this place at this time. According to the textbooks, the cradle of Chinese civilization lay far to the north, along the Yellow River, and it began only later, with the first dynasties. Longyou, with its god and its city and its waterworks, did not fit that story at all. And so the deepest mystery of Longyou is not only who its nameless god was, it is why a civilization this advanced was so completely forgotten. Chapter 4, the civilization that came too early. For a very long time, the origin of Chinese civilization was told as a single stream flowing out of the north, out of the valley of the Yellow River, where the earliest dynasties were said to have arisen. The wet rice lands of the south, in that telling, were a backwater that joined the story only much later. Longyou, sitting in that southern delta and flourishing more than 5,000 years ago, was an enormous problem for this neat picture because by every measure that matters, Longyou was already a civilization. Consider the evidence laid out together. There was a great planned city behind monumental walls. There was a vast public waterworks demanding centralized authority to build. There were sharp divisions of wealth, with a powerful elite buried in rich jade-filled tombs, while common people were laid to rest with almost nothing, the clear signature of a class society. There were huge stores of rice, enough carbonized grain found in one area to suggest granaries feeding a large population that did not grow its own food. There were even signs scratched onto objects that some scholars suspect may be an early step toward writing. Taken together, this is the portrait of a state, a complex, stratified, organized society, thriving 1,000 years or more before the first dynasties of the traditional account. The implications were large enough to make people uncomfortable. If Longyou was truly a state, then Chinese civilization is older and more tangled in its roots than the simple northern story allowed. In our own time, this argument has largely been won in Longyou's favor. Only a few years ago, the ruins of the city were placed on the list of the world's most important heritage sites, recognized internationally as proof that organized civilization in China reaches back a full 5,000 years. Exactly the claim that had once seemed so bold. For a nation that takes deep pride in the antiquity of its culture, the silent city in the southern delta had become something precious, the hard evidence beneath a cherished idea, a lost people suddenly enlisted to vouch for the age of a civilization that had forgotten they ever lived. But that recognition only sharpens the strangest question of all. If these people built a city and a state and a religion 5,000 years ago, how did they fall so hard and disappear so completely that for nearly all of the time since, almost no one even remembered they had lived? Chapter 5, The Water Turned. The end of Longyou, when it came a little more than 4,000 years ago, carries a terrible irony, for the masters of water appear to have been destroyed by water itself. After roughly 1,000 years of flourishing, the whole brilliant Longyou world collapsed in a relatively short span of time. Its city emptied, its jade workshops stilled, its great culture extinguished, and when researchers went looking for the cause, the earth itself gave up the answer in layer upon layer of mud. Over the ruins and the fields of Longyou lies a covering of sediment, the unmistakable signature of catastrophic flooding. The evidence points to a period of extreme and sustained inundation, perhaps driven by years of unusually violent monsoon rains, perhaps worsened by the rising of the sea into the low delta. The very rivers and waters that the Longyou had tamed so brilliantly, that had made their wealth and their power possible, seemed to have risen up beyond all controlling and drowned their world. Their dams and levees, the greatest waterworks of their age, were not enough. The water won. The people scattered, the city was abandoned, and the wet, hungry delta swallowed what they had built. Layers of flood mud buried the walls and the workshops and the tombs, sealing the whole civilization away beneath the rice paddies. There it lay, silent and unsuspected, while the centuries turned into thousands of years, while the famous dynasties of the north rose and fell, while all of recorded Chinese history unfolded above ground over a lost civilization no one knew was sleeping in the mud below. Chapter 6, The Stone That Rewrote the Beginning. Longyou returned to the world almost by accident, and surprisingly recently. Less than 100 years ago, in the 1930s, a young local man with an interest in the past began noticing ancient black pottery and worked stones turning up in the fields near his home in the delta. His careful attention to these scattered finds first drew the eyes of scholars to the place and gave the lost culture the name of the small town where it was found, Longyou. From those modest beginnings, decade by decade, the spades uncovered more, the jades, the tombs, the signs of a city, until at last the full and staggering scale of what lay buried became clear, and what it revealed reached far beyond one buried city. The recognition of Longyou helped to redraw the map of how civilization began in China, pulling the story southward into the rice lands and backward in time by 1,000 years, proving that the seeds of complex society had been sown in more than one cradle. The nameless god of the jades did not vanish entirely either. Echoes of that staring, fanged, mysterious face, and of the reverence for jade itself, would ripple forward through later Chinese art and belief, faint inheritances from a civilization that the inheritors had forgotten. And so Longyou stands now as one of the great quiet lessons of archaeology, the reminder that an entire civilization, with a city and a state and a religion and an art as fine as any in the ancient world, can be erased so thoroughly by a single catastrophe that it falls out of human memory altogether, surviving only as ground for the rice and a face hidden in old stone. They tamed the rivers and lost to the flood. They carved a god into the hardest of stones and could not carve their own name into history. And 5,000 years later, that patient, staring face still looks out from the jade, the last messenger of a people who came too early and were remembered far too late. In a field in western Sardinia, a farmer's plow struck the head of a giant, not a skeleton, a statue. And when the archaeologists finally came, they did not find one. They found an army of them, broken to pieces and buried in a row, more than 10,000 fragments of pale stone that fit back together into towering human figures, 2.5 meters tall, with round shields and braided hair and eyes carved as two concentric circles that stare out without a center. They were made by a people who left no name for themselves, no inscription, no word we can read. Tonight, the stone giants of Monte Prama, and the vanished civilization that carved them and then smashed them apart. Chapter 1, The Field That Gave Up an Army. The story begins not with an expedition, but with an accident. In the spring of 1974, on farmland near the village of Cabras in the province of Oristano, a farmer working his land kept turning up, worked stone, a fragment of a head here, a piece of an arm there, heavy pale limestone shaped by a hand that clearly knew what it was doing. The land had been giving up these pieces quietly for years, plowed over and set aside, before anyone understood what was lying just beneath the soil. When archaeologists began to dig in earnest, the scale of it overturned every expectation. This was not a single buried idol. Spread along a low ridge, in a long line that followed an ancient burial ground, lay the shattered remains of dozens of monumental statues. Over the decades of excavation that followed, from those first finds through to the most recent digs, more than 10,000 fragments have been recovered from this one site. From that mountain of broken stone, restorers have so far rebuilt around 44 statues, painstakingly, piece by piece, like assembling 44 shattered people from a single mass grave of sculpture. And these were not small votive figures. The reconstructed giants stand roughly 2 to 2.5 meters in height, taller than any living man, carved from the local sandstone of the island. They were set up, it seems, as guardians along the graves of the dead, a silent stone host watching over a necropolis. Somewhere in the deep past, that host was deliberately thrown down and broken into the pieces the farmer's plow would find thousands of years later. To understand why these figures unsettle everyone who stands before them, you have to look at their faces, because the people who carved them did something to the eyes that no one has fully explained. Chapter 2, The Eyes That Watch Without Centers. The faces of the Monte Prama giants are not realistic, and they were never meant to be. They are something stranger and more deliberate. Where a sculptor of Greece or Egypt would carve a rounded eye with a lid and a pupil, the makers of these statues cut each eye as 2 concentric circles, a ring within a ring, with no center, no pupil, no direction of gaze. 2 flat discs, side by side, on a calm and frontal face. The effect, in person, is difficult to forget. The figures do not look at you, and they do not look away. They look through the space in front of them, at everything and nothing, with an expression that is neither threat nor welcome. It is a gaze built for eternity rather than for a moment, the face of a guardian who is not really seeing the living at all, but watching over the dead. Whatever these statues were for, their makers wanted them to feel less like portraits of men and more like presences, beings set slightly outside ordinary time. That choice tells us something the broken stone otherwise hides. These were not crude attempts at realism by people who could not do better. The same hands carved fine detail elsewhere, the weave of the hair, the pattern of the armor, the curve of a shield. The blank disc eyes were a decision, an artistic and probably a religious one, repeated across the whole population of statues. A civilization that wanted its guardians to stare into forever, made them, on purpose, with eyes like targets and faces like masks. But who were they? Who lined a Sardinian ridge with 2.5-meter giants and gave them the eyes of something not quite human? To answer that, we have to meet a people that history almost forgot. A people who built across this island on a scale that rivals anything in the ancient Mediterranean, and who never told us what they called themselves. Chapter 3, The People Who Left No Name. The giants were made by the civilization that scholars now call the Nuragic culture, after the strange towers it left behind. And the first thing to understand about the Nuragic people is the gap at the center of their story. They built enormously, they worked metal and stone with great skill, they traded across the sea, and they left behind not a single readable line of their own language. We do not know what they called themselves. We do not know what they called their gods, their kings, or these statues. The name Nuragic is ours, not theirs. What they did leave is the landscape itself. Scattered across Sardinia stand the structures that give the culture its name, the Nuragi, massive conical towers of stone laid without mortar, their walls tapering as they rise. There are thousands of them. The most commonly cited estimate puts the number at around 7,000 still standing on the island, and there were certainly more once. No other region of the ancient Mediterranean is studded with anything quite like it. An entire island turned into a country of stone towers by a people whose voice we will never hear. Set that against the giants and the picture sharpens. This was not a marginal society scratching at survival. This was a civilization confident enough to cover its homeland in monumental architecture and to raise an entire population of stone guardians over its dead. They flourished for many centuries, roughly from the centuries around 1800 BC down toward the end of the second millennium before Christ, building, sculpting, and watching the sea. And then, like so many of the ancient world's master builders, they faded from the record, leaving their towers and their broken giants for others to puzzle over. The statues themselves carry clues to what mattered to these people, frozen in stone, and those clues are still coming out of the ground in our own time. Chapter 4, Boxes, Arches, and Towers in Miniature. Look closely at the reconstructed figures, and they begin to sort themselves into kinds. They are not all the same man repeated. Among them stand archers, one arm raised and bent, as if drawing back a bow, a quiver at the shoulder. There are warriors carrying swords and round shields held above the head. And there is a third type that has fascinated researchers, figures identified as boxers, their bodies wrapped by a curved shield or guard that arcs over the head and down one side, as though braced for a blow in some ritual contest. Alongside the human figures, the same site gave up something smaller and just as telling, carved models of the Nuragi themselves, miniature stone towers reproducing in the hand the great towers that stand across the island. The people who built the real towers thought them important enough to sculpt in miniature and place among their guardians of the dead. There are also the betels, sacred standing stones, part of the same religious world. Taken together, the assemblage is a portrait of what this civilization honored: its fighters, its hunters, its towers, and the holy stones at the center of its faith. And this is not a closed story sealed off in the last century. The ground is still giving up giants. As recently as the spring of 2022, archaeologists working the necropolis at Monte Prama uncovered the torsos of 2 more statues, identified as boxers, lying only a few meters from where a similar pair had emerged in 2014. Each new dig adds to the count, and with it the suspicion that the ridge has not finished revealing its host. We are, in a real sense, still meeting these giants for the first time. And the giants are not the only place these same figures appear. There is another body of evidence, far smaller in size, that tells us the boxers and archers were not invented for the graveyard. They were drawn from life. Chapter 5, The Little Bronze Men Who Match. Long before the giants came out of the ground, scholars already knew the Nuragic people from something you could hold in one hand. Across Sardinia, in their holy places, this civilization left behind hundreds of small bronze figures, the objects archaeologists call bronzetti. More than 500 of them have been found, most only around 15 centimeters tall, cast in metal with astonishing liveliness, and gathered above all in sacred sites, in temples and in the deep stone wells the Nuragic people built around springs. And here is the detail that closes the circle. The little bronze men depict exactly the same cast of characters as the giants. Archers with one arm raised and the bow drawn. Warriors with sword and round shield. Boxers braced behind a curved guard. Chieftains, worshippers, figures of every kind from the life of this society. When researchers set the small bronzes beside the great stone statues, the comparison is direct and the conclusion is clear. The iconography is the same. The giants of Monte Prama are the monumental version of the same figures the Nuragic people had been casting in bronze, the same archers and boxers, blown up to the size of a standing man and set over the dead. That correspondence matters for 2 reasons. First, it tells us the statues are not a strange one-off, a single mad project on a single ridge. They belong to a deep and consistent artistic tradition that ran through the whole culture, in metal and in stone. Second, it points us to where this people poured their devotion, the sacred wells, structures like the famous well temple of Santa Cristina, where Nuragic builders cut a flight of perfectly fitted stone steps down into the earth to reach the holy water, with a precision in the masonry that rivals anything from the classical world that followed. So the picture is not of a poor island on the margins of history. It is of an organized, skilled, deeply religious civilization with a settled idea of who its heroes were and how they should be shown, in bronze for the temple and in giant stone for the graves of the dead, which makes what happened next all the harder to understand. Because this confident, accomplished people saw their guardians destroyed, the giants did not simply fall, they were broken. Chapter 6, Broken on Purpose and Older Than They Should Be. Here the mystery turns from wonder to something darker. The statues of Monte Prama were not found standing, weathered slowly by time. They were found shattered, deliberately, the great figures broken into the thousands of pieces that have taken decades to reassemble. Someone at some point in the deep past set out to destroy an entire population of stone guardians and bury the wreckage. We do not know who, and we do not know why. Some researchers suspect the later people who came to Sardinia and wished to erase the sacred images of those who came before, an act of conquest aimed not at the living, but at their gods and ancestors. Others wonder whether the destruction came from within, a violent change of faith or fortune among the Nuragic people themselves. What is clear is the intent. This was not neglect. This was the methodical unmaking of something that had been raised with enormous effort, and then the careful covering of the evidence with earth. There is, too, the persistent question of age, and it is here that the cautious reader should stay especially careful. The statues are conventionally tied to the Nuragic culture in the final centuries of the second millennium before Christ, which would already make them among the oldest large stone statues of the Western Mediterranean, older than much of the classical sculpture the world remembers far better. Some have pushed for earlier dates still, and the debate over exactly when these giants first stood is not fully settled. What is not in dispute is that a people on a single island carved monumental human figures very early in the story of such art, and that the wider world has barely heard of them. So we are left with a civilization we cannot name, that built 7,000 towers, raised an army of disc-eyed guardians over its dead, and was then attacked even in stone, its giants smashed and hidden, and almost none of it appears in the histories most of us were taught. Chapter 7, The Host on the Ridge. Walk the ridge at Monte Puma today, and the field looks ordinary, low and dry and open to the sea wind, the kind of land a plow has crossed 10,000 times. It gives no sign that it held an army of giants, or that it still might. That is perhaps the quietest part of the mystery. The extraordinary lay here unremarked for thousands of years, until an accident of farming began to lift it back into the light. We have rebuilt 44 of them, and we will likely rebuild more. We can stand before their calm faces in the museums of Cabras and Cagliari and meet across an immense gulf of time, the gaze that has no center. But the people who carved that gaze remain just beyond reach. They wrote nothing we can read. They told us nothing of their names or their reasons. They left only the towers and the giants and the broken pieces and the unmistakable evidence that someone once thought it worth the effort to destroy them all. Maybe that is the truest measure of what was lost. A civilization can raise thousands of towers and an army of stone watchers and still slip almost entirely out of human memory, surviving as a puzzle in a quiet field rather than a chapter in a book. The giants of Monte Puma were made to keep watch over the dead. In the end, they kept watch over the memory of their own makers, holding their post in the dark soil, waiting without a center in their eyes for someone to dig them up and ask who they were. And the honest answer, even now, with the giants standing again in the light, is that we are only beginning to know. There is a civilization that lasted longer than almost any other in human history, more than 2,000 years. And yet most people who love ancient history have never once heard its name. It rose in the southwest of what is now Iran. At the very dawn of cities, it rivaled mighty Sumer and Babylon as an equal. It raised one of the most perfect sacred towers ever built, and it once marched on the greatest city in the world and carried its laws away as plunder. Its people wrote in scripts that no living person can fully read, and in the end they became the hidden foundation of the Persian Empire, the bedrock on which a more famous power was raised and then forgotten beneath it. Tonight, Elam, the first great civilization of Iran, and the strange story of how the world came to forget it ever existed. Chapter 1, The Cities Beneath the Persian Sun. When we tell the story of the first cities, we almost always look to the land between the two rivers, to Sumer and Babylon on the plains of Iraq. But there was another cradle, just to the east, beyond the marshes and up against the long wall of the Zagros Mountains. There, in the lowlands of what is now southwestern Iran and the highlands above them, a people we call the Elamites built a civilization just as ancient and held it together through every kind of disaster for an astonishingly long time. Their world had two hearts. Down on the hot lowland plains stood Susa, one of the oldest continually inhabited cities on the planet, founded more than 6,000 years ago and lived in for thousands of years thereafter. Up in the cooler highlands stood Anshan, the mountain seat of their power. The genius of Elam and the secret of its endurance lay in the way it bound these two together, the lowland and the highland, the city and the mountain, into a single kingdom that could retreat upward when the plains were threatened and come down again when the danger had passed. Time and again, when a conqueror swept across the lowland and burned Susa, the Elamites simply withdrew into their mountains, waited, and returned. It is one of the great reasons they outlasted nearly everyone. A civilization with a back door into the highlands that no enemy of the plains could ever fully close. There was a second source of their strength, and it lay in their position. Elam sat astride the gateway between Mesopotamia and the vast Iranian plateau beyond, and across that plateau came the things the cities of the plain desired most and could not produce: the tin to harden their bronze, the precious blue and red stones, the silver and the timber of the high country. Elam was the doorkeeper of that trade, the hinge between the river civilizations and the wealth of the East, and it grew rich and powerful as middlemen so often do, holding a position too valuable for its neighbors to ignore and too well defended for them to easily seize. The Elamites were there at the very beginning of recorded history, every bit as early as their famous neighbors. They built temples and palaces. They traded across the Iranian plateau in tin and silver and precious stone, and they developed their own gods, their own kings, and their own distinct way of seeing the world. They were not a pale copy of Mesopotamia. They were its rival and its mirror, the other half of the ancient Near Eastern world. And from almost the very start, they were doing something that to this day keeps them at arm's length from us. They were writing in a script that has never been read. Chapter 2, the script that kept its silence. Around the same time the Sumerians were inventing their first written signs, the people of Susa were inventing their own. We call their earliest system Proto-Elamite, and it appears on clay tablets more than 5,000 years old. There are thousands of these tablets. We can see the careful rows of signs, the numbers, the impressions of seals. And yet, despite more than a century of effort by brilliant minds, Proto-Elamite remains very largely undeciphered. We can stare at the oldest writing of Iran and not know what it says. Later, the Elamites developed a second script of their own, which we call Linear Elamite, a small and elegant set of signs used on monuments and precious objects. It too resisted reading for the whole of the modern age, a beautiful silence carved in stone. Only very recently have scholars claimed to have broken much of it open at last, a claim that is genuinely exciting and also still debated among experts, and which you should treat as a story still unfolding rather than a settled fact. For most of the time we have known about Elam, its native words have been locked away from us. The Elamites did eventually borrow the cuneiform writing of their neighbors to record their language, and from those texts we can finally hear them speak a little. But here too they hold themselves apart, because the Elamite language, like Sumerian before it, appears to be a language isolate, related to no other tongue we know. So for much of their history we have been locked out of their own voice, forced to know them not by their words, but by their deeds. And their deeds, it turns out, were extraordinary. Chapter 3, the Mountain of the Gods. To see Elam at the height of its power and confidence, you go to a place called Chogha-Zanbil, and you look at what its people built for their gods. More than 3,000 years ago, an Elamite king named Untash-Napirisha founded a whole new sacred city on the lowland plain, and at its center he raised a ziggurat, a vast stepped tower, climbing toward the heavens in tier upon tier of mud brick faced with baked brick. It was dedicated to the great god of Susa, and it was one of the largest and finest such towers ever constructed anywhere in the ancient world. What makes it almost miraculous is that it is still there. While the famous ziggurats of Mesopotamia have mostly melted back into shapeless mounds of earth, the ziggurat of Chogha-Zanbil still stands across the millennia, its lower levels remarkably whole, the best preserved monument of its kind on earth. Walk its baked brick walls, and you can still find, set into them, lines of Elamite writing naming the king who built it and the god to whom it was given. It is the single greatest window we have into the soul of this civilization, a mountain raised by human hands on a plain that had no mountains, an act of staggering devotion and organization. The king who built it gave the new sacred city his own name and dedicated its great tower to the chief god of the Elamites and to the patron god of Susa, rigging the holy precinct with temple after temple to the many gods of his people. He even seems to have intended it as a great center of pilgrimage, a place where the scattered peoples of his realm would gather before their gods. The thousands upon thousands of baked bricks, many stamped with the king's name and his pious words, were not the work of a backwater. They were the statement of a king who believed his god deserved the tallest thing for 100 miles in any direction, and who had the power to make it so. This was a civilization at its peak, wealthy, powerful, and supremely sure of itself, ruled by kings who took grand titles and commanded the labor of a whole kingdom, and a civilization that confident does not sit quietly behind its walls. At the height of their strength, the Elamites looked west, toward the richest and most renowned city in all the world, and they did something that still has the power to shock. They marched upon Babylon, and they carried its very gods and its very laws away. Chapter 4, they stole the law. More than 3,000 years ago, an Elamite king swept down into the plains of Babylonia, and what he took as plunder reads like a catalogue of the ancient world's greatest treasures. He carried back to Susa the statues of the gods of the conquered cities, the supreme insult one ancient people could offer another, for to take a city's god was to take its very heart. And among the monuments he hauled home as a trophy was a tall pillar of black stone, covered in dense cuneiform writing beneath the carved image of a king standing before a god. That pillar was the law code of Hammurabi, the famous king of Babylon, one of the most celebrated documents of the entire ancient world, the great early statement that even kings must rule by written law. The Elamites took it as spoils of war and set it up in Susa as a sign of their triumph. And there it remained, lost and forgotten, for 3,000 years, until archaeologists digging at Susa more than a century ago pulled that very pillar out of the Elamite earth. The single most famous law code of Mesopotamia survived to the modern world only because the Elamites once stole it and carried it home, nor was it the only treasure they took. The same conquering spirit carried off other great monuments of Mesopotamian kingship to adorn their capital, the victory stele of a famous Akkadian king among them, hauled across the mountains as a trophy and set up in Susa beside the rest. When French archaeologists dug into the mound of Susa more than a century ago, they were astonished to find this hoard of stolen Mesopotamian masterpieces gathered in one place, an ancient museum of plunder, assembled by Elamite kings who wanted the proudest works of their rivals standing as servants in their own city. Think about what that tells us. This was no minor kingdom on the edge of things. This was a power strong enough to humble Babylon itself, to strip it of its gods and its proudest monuments and bear them away in triumph to a city most of us have never heard of. For a moment, Elam stood at the very summit of the ancient world. But the empire they had humiliated had a long and bitter memory. And far to the west, in the cruel and brilliant kingdom of Assyria, that memory was waiting. Its revenge, when it finally came, would be total. Chapter 5, the salting of Susa. The Assyrians were the most feared military power the ancient Near East had ever produced, and over the centuries, Elam became their stubborn and hated enemy, meddling in their affairs, sheltering their foes, defying them again and again. A reckoning was coming, and it arrived under one of the last and greatest Assyrian kings, Ashurbanipal, a little under 2,700 years ago. He turned the full and terrible weight of his war machine eastward, and he resolved not merely to defeat Elam, but to erase it. His own inscriptions describe what his armies did to Susa, the ancient capital, with a chilling and boastful pride. They smashed its temples and dragged off the secret treasures of its gods. They broke open the tombs of its ancient kings and carried their bones into exile, so that even the royal dead would find no rest. They cut down its sacred groves And the king boasts that he turned the land to ruin, scattering salt so that nothing would grow, leaving the heartland of Elam a silence where a kingdom had been. He carried off its people in their thousands and declared the proud name of Elam finished forever. By every measure of that brutal age, it should have been the end. A civilization more than 2,000 years old, its capital sacked, its gods stolen, its dead disturbed, its fields sown with salt, its people scattered. The lights of Elam, which had burned since the dawn of cities, seemed to have been put out for good. And yet, in one of the most remarkable turns in all of ancient history, this was not the end of Elam at all. Out of its ashes, Elam was about to become the foundation of the greatest empire the world had ever seen. Chapter 6, The Forgotten Foundation of Persia. In the highlands of Anshan, the old mountain heart of Elam, a new people had been settling and growing for generations, a people who would soon be known to all the world as the Persians. And when their king, Cyrus the Great, rose up to build his vast empire, the one that would stretch from the edge of India to the shores of Greece, he did not build it on empty ground. He built it on Elam. He took the city of Susa as one of his great royal capitals. He drew on Elam's ancient traditions of kingship and administration. The very title Cyrus first claimed for his line was rooted in Anshan, the Elamite mountain seat. The proof runs right through the records of the Persian Empire. When the Persian kings raised their famous palaces and kept the accounts of their vast domain, a great many of those administrative documents were written in the Elamite language, in Elamite cuneiform, by Elamite-trained scribes. The thousands of clay tablets recovered from the heart of Persia's ceremonial capital speak, in large part, in the tongue of Elam, recording the rations of workers, the movement of goods, the running of the empire, all in the language of the people the Assyrians had sworn to erase. And when the greatest of the Persian kings carved his famous proclamation high on a cliff face for all time, he had it written 3 times over in 3 tongues, and one of those 3 was Elamite, standing beside Persian and Babylonian as one of the official voices of the empire. The language locked away from us for so long had become, in its final act, one of the keys with which the modern world would unlock the writing of the ancient Near East itself. The first civilization of Iran had not been destroyed after all. It had been absorbed, taken up into the body of its successor, becoming the quiet machinery and the deep memory beneath the glittering Persian world. And that in the end is how Elam came to be forgotten. It was not erased by salt or by the boasts of an Assyrian king. It was eclipsed. The fame of Persia grew so bright, the story of Greece and Persia so loud in the memory of the West, that the oldest civilization underneath, the one that had been there for 2,000 years before Cyrus and had given him so much, simply faded from view, hidden in plain sight beneath a more famous name. The people who rivaled Babylon, who stole Hammurabi's law, who raised the great tower that still stands on the plain, became a footnote. Their cities buried, their scripts unread. Only now, as the spades turn the earth of Susa and scholars bend over those silent signs at last, is the first great civilization of Iran beginning very slowly to speak its own name again. Beneath the Amazon, the largest rainforest on earth, the lasers found something that should not be there. Where the maps show nothing but unbroken green, an aircraft sweeping the treetops with pulses of light has stripped the forest away, and underneath the canopy there are straight roads. There are raised platforms standing in geometric rows. There are the outlines of streets and open plazas, and the foundations of buildings, running for miles through what every textbook called untouched wilderness. For 4 centuries we were told the Amazon was empty, a green desert, a place too poor and too wild to ever hold more than a few scattered people living lightly among the trees. One man came back from the great river long ago and swore he had sailed past cities, and for 400 years history called him a liar and moved on. Tonight, the lasers are proving him right. And what they are pulling out of the dark beneath the trees is not a single village, and not a lost town, but the buried bones of a civilization that may once have numbered in the millions. This is the story of how it was found, and how it vanished so completely that the world forgot it had ever lived. Chapter 1. The city already old when Rome was young. Begin in the eastern foothills of the Andes, in Ecuador, where the mountains break apart and slide down into the flat green of the Amazon basin. This is the valley of the Upano River, a place of cloud and rain and almost impossible density of growth. In recent years, a team led by the archaeologist Stefan Rostein flew LiDAR over this valley, and when the data came back and the trees were lifted away inside the computer, the screen filled with something no one was prepared to see. More than 6,000 earthen platforms, not scattered at random, but arranged in deliberate rectangles, set in neat rows, grouped into what can only be called neighborhoods. Between them ran dead straight roads, some of them sunken below the level of the land, carrying for kilometers across the valley floor. Around them lay terraced fields and the fine lines of drainage canals, the signature of farmers who had learned to shape water and earth to their will. The largest of the platforms stretched as much as 150 meters long. This was not a camp. This was a built landscape, an engineered world, a city. And here is the detail that turns the discovery from remarkable into staggering. This place is roughly 2,500 years old. It was already standing, already old, while Rome was still a small town on a river in Italy, while the Maya were only beginning to raise their first great centers far to the north. People were living in planned streets in the Amazon, while much of Europe was still scattered in villages. Now, you may already be reaching for the obvious objection. How can anyone claim to date a city from an aircraft, from nothing but laser light bounced off the treetops? It is a fair question, and the answer is the part that should settle any doubt. The LiDAR does not give the age. The LiDAR only gives the shape, the lines in the ground that the human eye on the forest floor can never see. The age comes from the dirt itself. Archaeologists go down into those platforms with trowels and they pull out fragments of charcoal from ancient hearths and broken pieces of pottery. And these are what the laboratories measure. The 2,500 years is not a guess made from the sky. It is written in the burnt wood and the broken clay of the people who lived there. If they were building planned cities this early, the question becomes how far this went, how large and how grand did these people allow themselves to become? For that, we leave Ecuador and travel south into the flooded plains of Bolivia. Chapter 2, the pyramids under the mud. There is a region in the Bolivian Amazon called the Llanos de Mojos, a vast low plain that drowns underwater for half the year and bakes hard for the other half. For a long time, it was considered one of the least likely places on the continent to hide a civilization. Travelers passed through it and saw only mounds, low rises in the grass that everyone assumed were natural hills. They were not natural hills. In the year 2022, a team led by the German archaeologist Heiko Prumers published the results of a LiDAR survey of this region in the journal Nature, and it sent a shock through the field. Beneath the scrub and the seasonal floods lay an entire urban network. At its heart stood two great centers that the researchers named Kotoka and Landivar. And rising from the middle of each one were structures that change everything we thought we knew about this part of the world. Conical pyramids of earth, climbing as high as 22 meters into the sky, set on top of broad, stepped platforms, the whole core ringed by three great circuits of defensive earthworks. Pyramids in the Amazon. Not made of cut stone, because there was almost no stone to be had on that flat, wet plain, but raised from the very earth beneath their feet, mounded and shaped and faced until they stood like artificial mountains above the grass. And here is where it grows stranger still, because the pyramids were only the center. Spreading out from these two cities for around 200 square miles ran a web of smaller settlements, all of them tied together by raised causeways and dead straight roads that lift above the floodwater. Threaded through the whole of it were canals and reservoirs, an entire system for catching, holding, and moving water across a landscape that swung between flood and drought. They had not simply built upon the land, they had replumbed it. The researchers gave this a careful name. They called it a tropical low-density urbanism, the first of its kind ever recognized in the lowlands of South America. They raised these cities across roughly 1,000 years, beginning some 1,500 years ago and ending only a few centuries before the Spanish arrived. These places were laid out with deliberate geometry, with order, with intention, which raises the strangest question of all. The geometry was not random, and it was not only practical. So, what was it for? The answer is written across the earth 1,000 miles away, in lines so precise that for years people refused to believe human hands had made them. Chapter 3, a map of the sky drawn in the earth. In the year 2020, a study described the layout of certain Amazonian villages with a phrase that stays in the mind. The circular settlements, the researchers wrote, were connected across the wider land by paired sunken roads with high banks that radiate from the village center like the rays of the Sunday. Like the rays of the Sunday. To understand why that line matters, we have to go back to a Brazilian state called Acre on the far western edge of the Amazon, and to a scientist named Alceu Ranzi. Flying over the region near the end of the 1990s, Ranzi looked down and saw enormous shapes cut into the cleared earth, perfect circles, squares, hexagons, interlocking rectangles, hundreds of feet across, outlined by deep trenches and approached by broad, straight avenues. The land had been drawn upon at a scale only fully visible from the air. By the year 2010, a survey published in the journal Antiquity counted more than 200 of these earthworks, which researchers had come to call geoglyphs, scattered across 150 miles of country. Later counts pushed the number past 450. They were old, some of them reaching back nearly 1,800 years, and they were joined to one another by long, straight roads, so that from above the whole region looked like a vast diagram pressed into the ground. Now, a shape this large and this geometric, sitting in the Amazon, invites a certain kind of explanation, and we should deal with it honestly, and then set it aside. Some have looked at these patterns and reached for visitors from the stars, for landing strips and alien engineers, the same story that gets told about the lines at Nazca. We do not need it, and the evidence does not support it. The truth is more impressive than the fantasy. These were made by people, by a society sophisticated enough to hold an idea of the cosmos in its mind, and then to carve that idea into the living earth across miles of forest, roads laid out like the rays of the Sunday. A people drawing their model of the heavens onto the ground itself. A civilization that organized its world this carefully had to feed itself. And here we run straight into the wall that convinced generations of scientists that none of this could possibly be real. Chapter 4, the soil that should not exist. For most of the 20th century, the case against a great Amazonian civilization rested on something solid, and we should give that case its full strength before we take it apart. The argument was simple. The soil will not allow it. The bright orange earth that covers most of the Amazon is, by the measurements, miserably poor. The heavy rains wash the nutrients straight out of it. Clear the trees and plant your crops, and within 2 or 3 seasons, the ground gives up and the harvest fails. No farmer, the reasoning went, could feed a city on dirt like that, and the chemistry behind that reasoning was correct. On the ordinary soil of the Amazon, large permanent populations really are impossible. But woven through that poor orange ground, again and again, near the old settlements, the same farmers and scientists kept finding something else, patches of earth that were black, dark, soft, and astonishingly rich, studded with fragments of ancient pottery. The local name for it is terra preta, which simply means black earth, and it breaks the rule that was supposed to make this whole story impossible. Terra preta is laced with charcoal, with a residue of bones and plants and waste, with high levels of the very nutrients the rest of the Amazon lacks. And unlike the orange soil around it, it holds that fertility year after year, generation after generation, in a climate that by every textbook should have leached it away long ago. A soil scientist once put the strangeness plainly, saying that in an environment of such heat and rot and rain, this soil, according to the textbooks, simply should not exist. What makes it almost unbearable for modern science is that we still have not fully worked out how they made it. We know roughly what is in it. We have not been able to reliably manufacture it at the scale they did across thousands of years and vast stretches of forest. People are trying now, and trying hard, because a soil that stays fertile on its own without chemicals could change how the modern world feeds itself. The people of the Amazon appear to have solved that problem 1,000 years before us, and then taken the recipe into the grave. So they had cities and pyramids and a sacred geometry and an engineered soil to feed it all. And then comes the discovery that asks the most unsettling question of them all. If they shaped the dirt, what else in this so-called wilderness did they shape? Chapter 5, The Rainforest is a Garden. Walk into the Amazon today, and you are told you are walking through wild nature, the great untouched lung of the planet. But botanists counting the trees began to notice something that did not fit. The forest was not random. Certain trees, and a very particular kind of tree, appeared again and again in numbers far beyond what blind nature should produce. In the year 2017, a major study in the journal Science put a figure to it. The trees that pre-Columbian people had domesticated, the useful ones, the ones that feed and shelter, were about 5 times more likely than wild species to dominate the forest. And their abundance climbed the closer you came to the old archaeological sites. The Brazil nut, the cacao that becomes our chocolate, the ice cream bean, the palm that yields oil and fruit. These are not simply common by chance. They are common because people planted them, tended them, favored them, and spread them across the land for thousands of years. Then, only recently, a study in the year 2023 tied the two threads together. Across the basin, researchers found a consistent set of more than 50 domesticated tree species sitting directly on top of the hidden earthworks, growing where the lost cities once stood. The forest itself is the artifact. The trees are the fingerprints. When the people died, their orchards did not. The plants they had nurtured simply ran wild, unchecked, filling the silence, until what had been a tended garden grew over into the dense green that later travelers mistook for primeval wilderness. Which brings us to the final and largest question. If the cities and the soil and even the trees belong to them, then how much of their world have we actually found? Chapter 6, 90% still buried. Return now to the man history called a liar. His name was Francisco de Orellana, and in the year 1542 he became the first European to travel the length of the Amazon. With him was a friar named Gaspar de Carvajal, who wrote down what they saw, settlements stretching along the bank for league after league with no gap between the houses, and broad roads leading away into the interior. When later explorers came and found only empty jungle, the verdict was swift and lasting. Carvajal had exaggerated. Orellana had lied. There had never been anything there. We can see now what really happened. Orellana arrived at the very end. Behind the European ships came European diseases, smallpox and influenza and measles, against which the people of this continent had no defense at all. Within a few generations, the great population, which had numbered in the millions, was very largely gone, swept away in a wave that the soil and the trees outlived, but the people did not. The cities, built of earth and wood rather than stone, softened and slumped and sank beneath the climbing forest. By the time anyone came looking again, more than a century later, there was nothing left standing to see. The wilderness that explorers reported was not ancient. It was a graveyard, only freshly grown over. And the lasers are still only beginning. In the year 2023, a study in the journal Science used the new surveys to estimate how much of this lost world remains hidden beneath the canopy. Their answer was that somewhere between 10,000 and 24,000 large earthworks are still out there, undiscovered, unexcavated, waiting in the dark under the trees. We have, in other words, barely begun. The map of this civilization is still almost entirely blank. Take a step back and consider what that means. Here was a people who built cities and raised pyramids of earth, who drew the heavens into the ground and made barren soil bloom for 1,000 years, who turned an entire rainforest into a quiet, living garden. They did all of it without exhausting the land they lived on. Their world did not collapse from within. It was ended from the outside, and then forgotten, and then for 400 years denied. So the question is yours to carry now. If 90% of it is still beneath the trees, what do you think the lasers find next? And who do you believe these people really were? Tell us in the comments, and do not be shy with the bold answers, because the truth here is still being dug out of the ground, and your guess may be as good as the next discovery. If the silent places of the past are where you like to wander, stay with us, subscribe, and ring the bell, and we will meet again over the next forgotten world the forest has been keeping to itself. There is a line drawn across the sea between India and Sri Lanka that should not be there. 30 miles of rock and sand resting just beneath the waves, and when geologists finally studied the stone lying along the top of it, they found something that does not happen in nature. The rock on top is older than the sand beneath it. The boulders crowning this 30-mile causeway date back some 7,000 years, while the sand they rest upon is only about 4,000 years old. In ordinary geology, the deeper layer is always the older one, because the world is built from the bottom up. Here, that order is reversed. For centuries, the people of two faiths have insisted this was never a sandbar at all, but a bridge raised by hands in an age the history books refuse to allow. Tonight, we look at the crossing that mainstream science still cannot account for. Chapter 1. What the drill pulled up. To understand why a stretch of submerged rubble can unsettle the whole story of the ancient world, you have to go back to the moment a government tried to prove there was no mystery here at all and accidentally deepened it. In the early 2000s, India approved an enormous engineering scheme called the Sacsayhuamán project, a plan to dredge a shipping channel straight through these shallows so that large vessels would no longer have to sail the long way around the island. Before the work began, the authorities turned to the Geological Survey of India and to one of its former directors, a marine geologist named Badrinarayanan. The expectation was simple: confirm that the shoal was a natural formation and the objections of the faithful could be set aside. So his team began to drill. They sank a line of boreholes down through the structure, pulling up cores of everything hidden beneath the seabed. And as the layers came up, they told a story no one had asked for. Beneath roughly 6 meters of marine sand, the drills passed through a band of coral and great rounded boulders. And here's the detail that stopped the geologists in their tracks. Underneath that hard layer of coral and stone, they did not find bedrock. They found loose sand, soft, shifting sand, lying below the boulders, with the solid rock formation sitting deeper still. There is a quiet rule in marine geology that makes this almost impossible to explain. Coral does not grow on loose sand. It needs a firm surface to anchor to, hard rock, a stable floor, something that does not move. A layer of coral and heavy boulders resting on soft sand is, in the careful language of the survey, out of place. It is sitting where it could never have grown on its own. And the boulders themselves carried their own riddle. In Badrinarayanan's reading, they were the kind shaped by rivers, not the sea, the sort of stone that belongs on land. Yet here they were, lined up along the crest of an ocean causeway, kilometer after kilometer. He measured a band of packed rubble, some 2 to 2.5 meters thick, running the length of the structure, and his point was almost impatient. For 30 kilometers, he said, no current and no chance dumps material in a line like that. His conclusion was blunt. Somebody had brought these stones from elsewhere and laid them here as a road across the water. The structure, in his words, was very much man-made. Now, this is one man's interpretation, and it is contested. The mainstream view holds that this whole feature is a natural chain of sandbanks and limestone shoals heaped up over ages by the currents that pour between two seas. And that is a reasonable, internally consistent account of how shoals form. It explains the sand. It explains the shallow ridge. What it struggles to explain is a continuous band of transported, river-worn boulders sitting on soft sand for 30 kilometers in a place the sea had no means of putting them. And once you accept that something is lying on that seabed which the ocean did not place there, the next question writes itself. How long has it been there? Chapter 2, the dates do not agree. Ask 3 different teams how old this crossing is, and you will receive 3 answers separated by thousands of years. That disagreement is not a footnote, it is the anomaly. We have already met the strangest pairing, the 7,000-year-old rock resting on 4,000-year-old sand, drawn from an American study that examined satellite imagery and recovered samples. But the deeper you go into the record, the wider the numbers spread. Researchers connected to Anna University and the University of Madras carbon-dated material taken from cores in the Gulf of Mannar and arrived at an age of more than 18,000 years. Other oceanographic estimates settled gently back around 7,000. The bridge seems to refuse a single birthday, and that is only the scientific spread. The tradition itself reaches for a number that dwarfs them all. In the scriptural reckoning, the events of the Ramayana belong to an age called the Treta Yuga, set not thousands, but millions of years in the past. We do not have to accept that figure to notice what it represents, a culture insisting across its entire history that this crossing is older than anything our timeline allows. The science and the scripture disagree on almost everything except one stubborn point. Everyone treats this as old, and no one can quite pin down how old. Part of the confusion lies in what these methods actually measure, and this is worth pausing on, because it is the heart of the puzzle. Carbon dating does not date stone. It dates the remains of things that were once alive, a shell, a fragment of coral, a trace of ancient organic matter. So when a piece of rock returns an age older than the sand around it, the dates are not contradicting each other by mistake. They may be telling us that the stone was already old when it arrived, carried in from somewhere else and set down on far younger ground. Then, in 2024, the clearest look at the structure yet arrived from orbit. Using a NASA satellite called ISAT-2, which fires a green laser able to read the shape of the seafloor through shallow water, researchers built the most detailed map ever made of this crossing. What it revealed was a single, continuous ridge running the whole way from India towards Sri Lanka, its crest sharply and strangely undulating, rising and falling in the super shallow water with sudden changes in depth. The scientists who built that map read the ridge as a natural one. But for the first time, anyone can look at the most precise image ever captured of this thing and weigh it for themselves. And what the eye keeps returning to is how ordered it looks, how deliberate, a near straight spine drawn across open sea. Whatever its true age, there is one claim about this crossing stranger than any laboratory date, the claim that people once walked across it on foot and not in some unimaginable past, but within the last few centuries. Chapter 3, the bridge people walked on. This is the part the textbooks tend to hurry past, because it does not come from legend, it comes from records. According to the temple traditions kept at Rewrote, this causeway stood above the water and could be crossed on foot until a great cyclone in the year 1480 tore it apart and let the sea close over it. Before that storm, the accounts say, the dunes of the bridge rose into the air and joined the two coasts, and people passed across them, and those accounts do not stand alone. Centuries earlier, the Arab geographer Ibn Khordadbeh, writing around the year 850, referred to this place as Set Bandhai, the bridge of the sea. Around the year 1030, the great scholar al-Biruni described a land connection running between India and the island. The crossing appears again and again under the old name Setubanda, the built bridge, long before anyone thought to call it a natural reef. Even the maps remember it as something made. A Dutch chart from the 1740s labels the area Ramenkoil, the Temple of Rama, and the very name Adam's Bridge only begins to appear on European maps in the early 1800s. For most of recorded history, the people who lived beside this thing sailed around it and wrote it down did not describe a sandbank. They described a road. Now, we should be careful here, and being careful is what separates a real case from a fragile one. There is a popular claim that the stones of the bridge float because the name of a god is written upon them, and we can set that aside without losing anything because the truth underneath it is more interesting than the legend. The rock that washes up along these shores is often pumice, a frothy volcanic stone riddled with gas bubbles, and pumice genuinely does float. The legend dressed a real stone in a miracle. Strip the miracle away, and the strange stone is still real and still here. And if this was a walkable causeway within living memory, the oldest written account of all claims to know exactly who raised it. Chapter 4, the oldest engineering report. Listen to how the Ramayana describes the building of the bridge, and something unexpected happens. The magic recedes, and what remains sounds less like a fairy tale and more like a work log. The text does not simply say, a god waved his hand and a bridge appeared. It describes labor and method. It speaks of cords drawn out 100 lengths long to keep the rocks in a straight line. It describes workers holding poles to measure the bridge as it advanced, others gathering material, others fastening the stones into place. At the center of it stands an architect named Nala, directing the work, the son of a divine craftsman building. The verse says, as truly as his father would have built. Set the supernatural framing aside for a moment and look only at the vocabulary. Measuring lines, alignment, survey poles, teams assigned to gather, to carry, to fasten, a named engineer overseeing the whole. This is the language of a construction project, of surveying and coordinated labor, written into a poem thousands of years old. Whatever you believe about who the builders were, the account describes the act of building with a precision the rest of the epic never bothers with. Of course, an epic is not a blueprint, and we should not pretend it is. The same texts speak of flying chariots and impossible weapons. And the moment we start treating those as recovered technology, we have wandered out of evidence and into wishful thinking. But that is exactly why the construction passage stands out. It is oddly grounded. It reaches for rope and pole and measured line, not for miracle, in the one place where a myth could most easily have reached for miracle instead. And the same tradition that records the building of this crossing also records what became of its builders, that they belonged to a world the sea eventually swallowed. Chapter 5, the drowned country. The idea of a lost land beneath these waters is older than you might think, and for a time it was not mysticism at all. It was mainstream science. In the 1860s, an English geologist named Philip Sclater was puzzling over a small problem with a large implication. The bones of lemurs turned up in both India and Madagascar, but not in the lands between them. To explain it, he proposed that a great landmass had once joined those shores and then sunk beneath the Indian Ocean, and he gave it a name, Lemuria. A few years later, the German scientist Ernst Haeckel went further, suggesting this drowned land might have been the very cradle of humankind. In southern India, an older tradition told of Kumari Kandam, a vast country lost to the sea, and many felt the scientists had simply rediscovered it. There is a thread in the old account that fits this drowned world uncomfortably well. The bridge, the story says, was raised by an army of beings called the Vanara, almost always translated as monkeys. But the word can be broken open. Vana means forest, and Nara means man. And read that way, the Vanara become not monkeys at all, but forest people, an early kind of human. It is only one of several readings of the word, and we should hold it lightly. Yet set it beside a coastline that the rising sea erased, and a question forms that our textbooks do not answer. Who else was living along these shores in the age before the water came? The lost continent of Lemuria did not survive the coming of plate tectonics, and we should say so plainly, there was no sinking continent. But buried inside that discarded idea is something solid, and this is the distinction worth holding on to. Land really did drown here. At the end of the last ice age, As the great glaciers melted, the sea rose by roughly 120 meters, and it swallowed enormous stretches of coastline that human beings had lived on. We have found these drowned worlds elsewhere: Doggerland beneath the North Sea, Sunderland across Southeast Asia, whole landscapes of forgotten settlement now lying in darkness offshore. Submerged human habitation is not fantasy. It is a real and growing field of study, which returns us, at last, to that 30-mile line of stone, and to a question that is no longer purely about myth. If the sea here rose and drowned land that people once walked, and if something is lying on this seabed that the ocean did not place there, then the crossing may be the last visible trace of a world that went under. And the reason that question is about to get an answer is that the seabed is being searched right now. Chapter 6. What the survey will find. Lay the pieces side by side and see what they make. Rock that reads older than the sand beneath it. Boreholes that pull up boulders resting on soft ground where the sea could not have stacked them. Records of a crossing walked on foot until a storm 5 centuries ago. An ancient account that describes not magic but measuring lines and an engineer. And a vanished coastline drowned at the end of the Ice Age, somewhere out beneath these same waters. None of it, on its own, proves that this bridge was built by human hands. But notice which way the weight leans. And notice, too, what happened when the authorities looked. The government that hired its own geologists to call this place natural received the opposite answer, and later, in its filings, set that answer aside and stated there was no evidence the bridge was made. The most honest thing to say is not that anyone is lying. It is that the official story has never fully explained what is sitting on that seabed. That may not stay true for much longer. India has approved its first official underwater study of the crossing, carried out by the National Institute of Oceanography aboard research vessels, sampling sediment from deep below the waterline and dating it, and searching, in the project's own words, for submerged habitations around the structure. One scientist attached to the work has already said he is certain they will find archaeological remains beneath these waters. So I will leave the question where it truly sits, with you. 7,000-year-old stone resting on 4,000-year-old sand, a bridge that people crossed on foot within recorded memory, and a survey still combing the dark floor of the strait for whatever is down there. So what do you believe it is? A sandbar the tides happened to raise, or the last visible span of something far older than the history we were handed? Tell me in the comments, and do not be shy with the bold answers, because the seabed has not finished speaking yet. Subscribe and ring the bell, because when that survey reports back, we will be the first to walk you through exactly what it found. There is an enemy carved on the walls of an Egyptian temple, whose name we can read, whose ships we can see, whose faces stare back at us across more than 3,000 years, and we still cannot say where they came from. The Egyptians call them the peoples of the sea, and in the space of a single lifetime, they helped bring down almost every great power in the known world. Mighty Egypt barely survived them. The empire of the Hittites simply vanished. Rich and ancient cities were burned to the ground and never rebuilt. And then the attackers themselves dissolved from history, leaving us their portraits and their names and almost nothing else. Tonight, the mystery raiders, who ended the first golden age of civilization, and the question of who they truly were. Chapter 1, the first global age. To feel the weight of what was lost, you first have to see how bright the world had become. More than 3,000 years ago, the Eastern Mediterranean was not a scatter of isolated kingdoms. It was a single, shimmering, interconnected world, the most connected the earth had ever known. In Egypt, the pharaohs of the new kingdom ruled in unimaginable wealth. In what is now Turkey, the Hittite Empire stood as a great power that traded blows and treaties with Egypt as an equal. On the Greek mainland, the Mycenaeans built their walls of giant stone, and binding them all together were the merchant cities of the coast, places like Ugarit, where the goods and letters of half the world passed through. We have a window straight into that world, and it lies on the seabed. Off the southern coast of Turkey, divers found the wreck of a trading ship that went down more than 3,000 years ago, near a place called Uluburun. Inside was the cargo of the Bronze Age itself. There were 10 tons of copper, cast into ingots shaped like ox hides. There was tin to mix with it, to make the bronze that gave the age its name. There was raw glass, ivory from hippopotamus and elephant, ebony wood from Africa, jars of resin, gold, and amber that had traveled all the way from the distant Baltic. A single ship carried materials from at least 7 different lands. And the connection was not only in goods, it was in letters. From the records of the age, we have the actual correspondence of the great kings, writing to one another across hundreds of miles, addressing each other as brother, exchanging gifts and gold and royal daughters in marriage, complaining when a gift was too small or a letter too slow. There were rules to this world, a shared etiquette among rival crowns, a sense that the kings of Egypt and the Hittites and Babylon and the rest belonged to a single club of great powers that spanned the known earth. It was, in its way, the first age of international diplomacy. A web of treaties and trade and royal friendship stretched taut across the eastern Mediterranean. This was a world that ran on connection. Bronze, the very metal that armed its soldiers and tilled its fields, could only be made by bringing copper and tin together from sources often hundreds of miles apart. No kingdom was an island. Each depended on the trade routes, on the letters between kings who called each other brother, on the long supply lines that carried metal and grain across the sea. It was a triumph of cooperation and complexity. And it was also, though no one yet knew it, terribly fragile. This was the most connected world the Earth had ever seen, and it had perhaps 50 years left to live. Chapter 2, Ships on the Horizon. The first warnings came as raids. Out of the sea came ships full of fighting men, striking the coasts, and the records of the great kingdoms begin to fill with unease. These were not the familiar armies of a neighboring king, marching by land with chariots and known banners. These came over the water, from no fixed place that anyone could name, and they came in growing numbers. The earliest clear mention comes from Egypt. A pharaoh named Merneptah, who ruled more than 3,200 years ago, recorded that he had fought off a dangerous invasion of his western delta, a coalition of Libyans joined by warriors who had come from across the sea. He listed some of their names, foreign names, peoples whose homelands his scribes did not clearly explain. He won his battle, and for a moment the danger passed. But it was only the first wave of something far larger, and the next generation would face the storm at its full and terrible height. For the people living through it, this must have been a creeping and bewildering terror. Their whole world assumed the sea was a road for trade, a highway of wealth, and letters between friendly courts. Now the same sea was bringing destruction again and again, from a direction no army was built to defend. And the deepest fear of all was not simply that the raiders were strong. It was that no one could say who they were, or what they wanted, or where, when the burning was done, they would go home. The Egyptians would soon give these attackers a lasting name. But a name, as we are about to see, is not the same as an answer. Chapter 3, The Names We Cannot Place. Our single greatest source for these invaders is a wall. On the great temple of the pharaoh Ramesses III, at a place now called Medinet Habu, there are vast carvings showing a tremendous battle, on land and on water, against a confederation of peoples who came out of the sea. It is from these carvings and their inscriptions that we get our richest picture of the enemy. We can see their ships, with their tall prows shaped like birds. We can see their warriors, some in kilts, some in strange feathered or horned headdresses, fighting and falling and being taken prisoner. And we can read the names the Egyptians gave to the different groups in the coalition. Here is where the mystery sharpens to a point. We have these names, and yet for most of them, we cannot say with any certainty where on the map they belong. One group, the Peliset, is widely thought to be the people who would settle the coast of the Levant and become known to history as the Philistines. Other groups have been linked, by the sound of their names, to places scattered all across the Mediterranean, to Sicily, to Sardinia, to the coast of Anatolia, to the Aegean Islands. But these are educated guesses, threads of similarity, not proof. We are in the strange position of having the enemy's portrait, the enemy's ships, and the enemy's names all carved in stone, and still being unable to point to the land they sailed from. Were they a single people on the move? An entire nation uprooted and seeking a new home, with their families packed into their ships? The Egyptian carvings do show ox carts carrying women and children, the image of a migration, not just a raid. Or were they a loose alliance of many different displaced groups, swept together by some common disaster, fighting under no single flag? We do not know. And while the scholars of every later age have argued over who these people were, the world they actually struck was not waiting for an answer. It was already burning. Chapter 4, the year the world ended. The collapse, when it came in full, was breathtakingly fast and breathtakingly wide. Within roughly half a century, the great interconnected world of the Bronze Age fell almost entirely to pieces, and we can still hear the final moments of one of its cities in its own words. The merchant city of Ugarit, on the coast of what is now Syria, was one of the richest crossroads in the world. Among its ruins, archaeologists found clay tablets, and some of the very last of them are letters that were never sent or were baked hard in the fire that destroyed the city. In one, the king of Ugarit writes in desperation that enemy ships have appeared, that they have already burned his towns and done terrible damage, that his own forces are away in distant lands, and that his city stands defenseless. We do not have a reply. Ugarit was destroyed around that time, and unlike many cities, it was never reoccupied. It simply ended, its last cry for help frozen in the clay, and the destruction did not stop at one city. Up and down the coast, the great centers fell in a grim procession. Trading towns that had stood for centuries were burned and emptied. The wealthy island of Cyprus, the very heart of the copper trade that armed the Bronze Age, was struck and shaken. Inland cities that had passed quietly from one overlord to another for generations were now simply destroyed and left in ash. When archaeologists dig through the layers of these sites, they find again and again the same brutal signature, a thick band of burning and collapse, and then, above it, either silence or a poorer and simpler world built on the ruins by whoever was left. It was not alone. Far to the north, the entire Hittite Empire, one of the 2 or 3 greatest powers on earth, collapsed and disappeared so completely that its capital was abandoned and its very existence was forgotten for thousands of years. Across the sea, the mighty Mycenaean palaces of Greece were burned and toppled, and the art of writing itself was lost there for centuries. City after city, kingdom after kingdom, the lights went out across the eastern Mediterranean in a single dark generation. And here, a doubt begins to grow, a doubt that turns the whole mystery on its head. Raiders alone, however fierce, do not usually topple every empire on a continent at the same moment. Something larger was killing the Bronze Age from the inside. Chapter 5, The Perfect Storm. For a long time, the story was simple. The Sea Peoples came, and the Sea Peoples destroyed. But as we have learned more, that simple story has cracked open, and a far more unsettling picture has taken its place. The collapse looks less like a single blow from a single enemy and more like a perfect storm in which many disasters struck a fragile world all at once. The evidence now points, again and again, to a great drought. Studies of ancient pollen and of chemical signatures left in seabeds and lakes suggest that the climate of the region turned dry and hostile right around the time of the collapse, year after year of failed rains and failing harvests. There are also signs that a series of powerful earthquakes shook the region in roughly the same span, what some researchers have called an earthquake storm, toppling walls already strained by hunger. And there is a deeper structural weakness to consider. The kingdoms of the Bronze Age were built around the palace, a central authority that gathered the grain, managed the trade, ran the workshops, and held everything together from the top. That made them efficient and rich, but it also made them brittle. Knock out the palace, choke its trade, empty its storerooms, and there was little underneath to catch the fall. A society organized so tightly around its center can shatter all at once when that center fails, the way a single crack can run through a whole pane of glass. And into a world weakened by drought and famine and shaking earth came the disruption of the trade routes, which meant the precious tin for bronze stopped flowing and the grain ships stopped arriving, and the whole delicate machine of the connected world seized up and tore itself apart. In this picture, the sea peoples may have been as much a symptom as a cause. Imagine whole populations driven from their homes by famine and ruin, taking to their ships not as conquerors hungry for glory, but as refugees desperate for any land that could still feed them. They would have struck the coasts because they had nowhere else to go. And in striking them, they would have spread the very collapse they were fleeing, a chain reaction of displaced peoples crashing into one another like falling stones. Which means the great mystery is no longer only the question of who they were. It is the deeper question of whether they were the hand that destroyed the Bronze Age or merely its last and most desperate victims. Chapter 6, The Silence and the Survivors. When the burning was finally over, the world that emerged was smaller, poorer, and darker. Across much of the eastern Mediterranean, the great palaces were gone, the long-distance trade had shriveled, and in places like Greece, the very knowledge of writing had been forgotten, beginning the long stretch we now call a dark age. It would take centuries for civilization in the region to climb back to the heights it had lost. An entire interconnected world had fallen in little more than a single lifetime, and most of it never returned in the same form again. The invaders themselves left almost no clear trace of where they went, with one striking exception. The Peliset, the group most likely to be the sea peoples remembered in later tradition as the Philistines, settled along the southern coast of the Levant and built new cities there, leaving behind their distinctive pottery and their own slowly fading identity. These were the Philistines who would later live on in the pages of the Hebrew scriptures as the great rivals of the Israelites, the people of the giant warrior who fell to a shepherd boy with a sling. It is a strange and humbling thought that one fragment of the great Bronze Age catastrophe survived, in the end, not as history, but as one of the most famous stories ever told, its origin in a vanished world of raiders from the sea, long forgotten by those who repeat it. Beyond that, the great coalition simply dissolves. The ships stop coming, the carvings fall silent, and the peoples of the sea melt back into the broken world they had helped to shatter, taking the secret of their origin with them. And so we are left, more than 3,000 years later, staring at the same wall in Egypt, reading the same names we cannot place, looking into the same carved faces and unable to give them a home. Perhaps the most haunting thing about the sea peoples is not that they were so destructive, but that they are a mirror. They show us how a world built on connection and trade and complexity, a world that in some ways resembles our own, could come apart with terrifying speed when the climate turned and the supply lines failed and the desperate began to move. The Egyptians gave the enemy a name so that the future would remember them. They have remembered the name perfectly. It is the answer behind it, the people and the homeland, and the truth that the sea has never given back.